Good evening. I'd like to call the Select Board meeting for Monday, March 3rd, 2025 to order. And note that we will be going into executive session and returning no earlier than 6 p.m. May I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I move to enter into executive session for the following item pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining for all town unions and non-union personnel, and no contract negotiations with non-union personnel, and the chair has determined that open session would have a detrimental effect on the town's bargaining position.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
I'm an aye. 4-0. Joe?
Michael's still in.
Yeah, we're gonna call him when we get down.
Driving?
No.
Thanks, Matt. We'll be back.
All for being here. I'd like to call the Select Board meeting for Monday, March 3rd, 2025 back to order. We started in executive session and we took no action. Would you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excuse me one second while I... Okay. We'll start with staff comments and announcements. Do we have, good afternoon, evening.
Evening. Kara Moini, Director of Cultural Affairs.
Kara.
It's March, which means new programs for you. We have our fiber art exhibit opening reception and demonstrations this Saturday, March 8th, from 1 to 4 p.m. in the library at the 204. We have 25 exhibiting artists, and of that 25, we have 2 students that are on Stitchology's advanced sewing class with submitting 5 pieces each, which is really exciting. Demonstrations will be in rug braiding, hooking, quilling, and crochet. We have representing works that range from quilting, crochet, basketry, quilling, rug braiding, hooking, costume design, everyday fashion, embroidery, and more. March 28th is going to be a double hitter for us. We have a new workshop, Pebble Art and Sea Glass Design, from 5 to 8 p.m. Registration is required, followed by an evening at the 204 concert featuring Heyday at 6 p.m. It's a free show. All are welcome. We have a new dance series starting in April with Dance Therapy 508 on Friday evenings. We have our first thrift and flea market of the year kicking off on April 13th from 9 to 3. April 19th is our second annual health and environmental fair from 11 to 2. Art Week activities will be announced on April 1st. We're finalizing our schedule. And Seaside Marketplace applications will close on April 15th. And last but not least, I'm very excited to announce that we will be offering 10 concerts this summer at Brooks Park on Monday nights, starting on June 30th with Super Soul Shine. July 7th, we'll have Jade Place and the Rockers. July 14th, the Rip It Ups. July 21st, Moselle Andrew. July 28th, the Bands of Mark's Music. August 4th, Johnny Spampanato and the Value Leaders. August 11th, Pitchfork. August 18th, Heyday. August 25th, The Kingfish, and September 1st, Jazz Giants. All concerts are 6 p.m. to 7:30. They're free for the community, and we welcome all to join us. We're very excited to see what else happens in Harwich culture. We're going to be back in April to announce all of our Art Week, in addition to what's going on for the Cape Cod Showcase in August. We're really excited to see all of our regional partners coming together for this event. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other staff?
Yes.
Good evening.
All right, Jason Trepagna, Harwich Water Superintendent. Would like to read a statement, the water quality for the town of Harwich. Thank you for having me here tonight. The Harwich Water Department and the Board of Water and Wastewater Commissioners want to assure the residents that our public drinking water remains safe, high quality, and well protected. Providing excellent drinking water and safeguarding our water resources not only long-standing priority, they are a core mission of the Harwich Water Department. Last week's Select Board meeting, a presentation was given in support of funding a sewer project that one of the primary justifications being the protection of our drinking water supply. While wastewater management does not play a role in maintaining water quality, while wastewater management does play a role in maintaining water quality, it is important to provide accurate context regarding the current condition of our water supply and the effectiveness of the proposed sewer. During the presentation, a Zone 2 recharge area map was displayed correctly, identifying broader region that contributes to our wells over time. However, the proposed sewer location falls on the outermost limits of our Zone 2, meaning any potential impact on water quality would be significantly diluted or delayed. If nitrate levels near our wells were a concern, a more logical approach would be prioritize sewer closer to the drinking water source rather than at its outer edges. The proposed Great Sand Lake Sewer Project is located up gradient from the Chatham Road and Depot Road well fields. Neither of these well fields detected nitrite in the most recent sampling round, and nitrate levels ranging from 0.11 parts per million to 2.3 parts per million, well below the maximum contaminant level of 10 parts per million of nitrate and 1 part per million of nitrite. These results confirm that our water supply remains within natural background levels, with no indication of human-caused contamination. Sewer expansion should be considered as part of a comprehensive water resource strategy, one that balances environmental protection with effective infrastructure planning. Future decision-making should be based on sound science, targeted solution, and a clear understanding of where sewering will have the greatest impact. Residents should rest assured that our drinking water is continuously monitored and meets all state and federal safety standards. The Harwich Water Department remains committed on regularly testing and proactive management to ensure safe drinking water for all residents. On our webpage, you can find the Consumer to Conference Point, CCR, with all our sampling results. We encourage the community to stay informed and engaged on these important issues. Thank you.
Jason, thank you so much for that information, and thank you for being here. It is a little different with staff comments and announcements, as the board is able to ask questions if we have them of you. So I'll go to the board. If any of the board members have any questions for Jason, please. No, hearing none. Michael McCaskill, Select Board Member McCaskill's online, so we'll ask Michael.
Jeff, thank you. I have no questions. I just wanted to thank Jason for being here tonight and reading that statement into the record.
Thank you. Jason, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. Any other staff for staff comments and announcements?
Nun gets into a taxi and notices the driver glancing at her.
Hearing none, we'll go to the weekly briefing.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Weekly briefing for the Harwich Phase 3 Sewer Extension Project.
Please.
Little background. Thank you.
Yeah, hold in the audience if you don't mind. Thank you.
So this is the two-week look ahead from March 3rd through March 14th. The project continues. Again, this is the 2W contract. Continues in and around Chestnut Lane, Elm Drive North, impacting upon the Chestnut Lane Pump Station later this month, and Martha Eaton Court. There are still traffic impacts, and there is information on the website that shows you where locals can be rerouted and others would be directed to a different location. That concludes the weekly briefing for this evening.
Thank you, Joe. Now we'll go to public comment.
Good evening, everyone. Bernadette Waystack, Chair of the Harwich Cultural Council. I just want to take a very brief moment to use this soapbox for another plug. We will now have 3 vacancies as of June on the Cultural Council. And I also want to thank the Voter Information Committee for interviewing me on Channel 18 last month, as well as the Harwich Community Center for their volunteer fair, where council members had a table. And the only other thing I wanted to be able to try and get out there again tonight in this venue is that, and the council has been discussing this, for as long as many of us have been on the council, traditionally the meeting time has been 4 p.m. in the afternoon, but that is not carved in stone, and it precludes a whole lot of working people who could not make a 4 o'clock meeting. So we definitely want to encourage people and know that that could be changed, that could be flexible. We don't want to cut our nose off to spite our face and lose a lot of really dedicated and interesting people who could be on the council. So don't let that deter you if you have an interest in filling out the citizen activity form, and consider being appointed to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
Hi, I'm Robert Clinton, and I'm the web developer for the Great Sand Lakes website, Great Sand Lakes Association website. I wanted everybody to know that our website at www.gsla-harwich.com, which we've maintained over the last several years, has information about water quality going back to 1999, and has posted all the public meetings that led up to the decision to revise the sewer construction plan in 2022 to prioritize Queen Anne Road sewers along the north of the Great Sand Lakes neighborhood. Dan Pelletier, former wastewater commissioner, can be seen speaking on the importance of the project for Harwich. As registered town of Harwich voters, my partner Christine Odiaga and I encourage everyone who votes in Harwich to look at the website and consider all perspectives on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Public comment? Please.
My name is Catherine Frazier, 140 Clearwater Drive. I am president of the Great Sand Lakes Association, and I'm here to express support for a town-sponsored warrant article to be placed on the ballot for the town meeting that would finance the sewer project along Queen Anne Road. Our association represents 313 households, many of whom have lived in the neighborhood and enjoyed use of the ponds for 30, 40, 50 years or more. My parents first built a house in Great Sand Lakes in 1972, and I've been spending summers there every year since, and have since bought my own house there. We've always had a very strong community with long-standing interest in maintaining the quality of our ponds. We have many seasonal residents, myself included, and several who are snowbirds and gone and can't physically be here to support the situation. But I encourage you to take seriously the situation and reconsider your decision from last week, and instead protect our ponds as well as all of the waterways to the south of our neighborhood from further degradation. If action is not taken now when there is funding available for assistance, it seems unlikely the sewers will be installed anytime in the foreseeable future. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Anybody else for public comment?
Hi, I'm Ann Frechette from East Harwich and the Great Sand Lakes neighborhood, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I wanted to put on the record that there was a very important meeting today at 1 o'clock hosted by the State Revolving Fund about all of the projects that were put on the draft IUP for 2025. I attended that meeting. I looked through the Zoom, it was a Zoom meeting, and I looked through the participants, and I did not see any of our select board members or town administrator or wastewater commissioner in attendance at that meeting. And that raised a serious concern for me, because we're on the draft IUP. Our project at the Great Sand Lakes is on that draft IUP, and we did not have town representation at that meeting. There was very, very important discussion also at that meeting about future funding through the state revolving fund, specifically restrictions on multi-year use of the funds. And there were representatives from other other Cape towns, but not Harwich, in attendance at that meeting to argue for reconsideration of that rule. So I wanted to express my disappointment that we were not adequately represented at the town level at that meeting, given its importance for water management going forward. I also wanted to point out something that I found hugely ironic from last week, and I hope everybody else can appreciate this irony, when Representative Mike McCaskill called out through Zoom that our water is quote-unquote award-winning. And so I hope one of the things we will hear tonight is what awards exactly our water has won, because that's a claim that was thrown out there during a select board meeting. So please, I would love to know before we leave tonight what awards our water has won, because the ironic thing is that in the same meeting, we had a citizen petitioner come up to speak about the revocation of the single-use plastics bill. And why did he want the revocation of that bill? Because last year there was a water quality crisis in which town officials had to go to other towns to buy bottled water as part of the resolution of that crisis. So I find that hugely, hugely ironic that we're here having discussions about water quality, and yet there's a single-use plastics warrant article put out there because of water quality. So I appreciate Mr. Trupanier's presentation. I noticed that it did not include discussion of PFAS, so I hope, since you're here, you can also enlighten us as to water quality testing that's going on with regard to PFAS and any protections that are in place in the watershed for keeping PFAS out of our drinking water as well. For those who don't know, PFAS are dangerous chemicals that other towns have been applying for grant monies to protect their citizens from. So I'm so glad we're all here. It's great to have so much expertise in this room. And I call on the select board to answer the rest of the questions citizens might have about water quality besides the nitrate levels. And I call on the select board to take the issue of water quality seriously and to put on the warrant, to advance a warrant article on the town meeting ballot to fund the sewers in the Great Sand Lakes neighborhood. You know, as my neighbor Clinton pointed out, on our website, you can go see the previous hearings that were in this forum with regard to funding that project. We all thought as a neighborhood it was going straight forward, full speed ahead, and it was quite a shock to find out at the last meeting that you were voting against it. So I urge you to put on the town meeting ballot an appropriations article to fund the Great Sand Lake Sewer Extension. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else for public comment?
Good evening, Select Board. Patrick Otten, East Harwich. I noticed that March 6th, Harwich will be having a sale of 6 parcels of land deemed of low value. I'm curious, just how do you define low value? What's the criteria for low value? Low value to whom, to what? Are you talking about the crickets and the birds that live on that property? Are you talking about just cash receipts? Are you talking about aesthetic quality? What about just having green space? I'm asking that the Select Board review this impetus to sell property of low value, and just what is low value, how is that defined? Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Anybody else for public comment? Okay, hearing none.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
I move to approve, are any of the members have an issue with either item A or B on the consent agenda?
The only thing I have is just a couple typos, and I'll just point them out on page 12, under the third paragraph, I think it is, or the fourth, where it starts with Ms. Kavanaugh commented that she likes the organization and thanked. The spelling is incorrect, so just if we could correct that. And then on the next page, just a clarification under my statement that I commented on the importance of looking ahead, especially for youth, expressed frustration at the state level, they continue to abandon the Cape. That was about health services. I just think we need some clarification there. That's it.
Thank you, Julie. Anyone else from the board? No? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve item A, the Select Board meeting minutes from February 18, 2025, with the amendments presented by Ms. Kavanaugh on page 12 regarding spelling, on page 13 regarding language and the health services. And item B, approve the resignation of Ralph Smith as a Council on Aging representative on the Community Center Facilities Committee, effective immediately.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? The only discussion, the only thing I'll bring up is I'd like to thank Ralph from the board for all his time and hard work and energy that he's spent helping the town of Harwich. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, Pete?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, 5-0, Joe, for both. Now we'll move to 2025 Annual Town Meeting. I'm going to take item B out of order to allow our moderator and our clerk to present first. Right there, it'd be great.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
So, last year, at the annual town meeting, under, let's see, you're going to have to help me get the article.
50, I believe.
50.
Yes.
Under Article 50, which was an article to see if the town would vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds money to provide for the option of electronic voting, the town meeting took this action. That the town meeting vote to direct the town moderator and the town clerk to investigate the feasibility of utilizing electronic voting at town meeting and present their findings, including any draft article, to the Select Board and the Finance Committee prior to the next annual town meeting. So to that end, Town Clerk Mitchell and I have done some investigation of that. I have been in contact with the town moderators of the towns of Orleans and Chatham, who both have electronic voting. And Emily has been in touch with the town clerks of those towns. And what we'd like to do tonight is kind of report what we've heard, what our findings are, and a recommendation that the article appear in the warrant again, so that the voters can vote it up or down this time. And we believe we have enough information, although we need to meet with the Finance Committee and give them a similar presentation, a number that can go in the motion that would get us through next May's town meeting. So with that, I'll kind of review my conversations with the town moderators of the two towns. Orleans has had electronic voting since 2021, I believe. First time they had it was at an outside town meeting during COVID. The meeting happened to be at Nauset Beach parking lot, and people came in their cars, and, but that was the first year that we used clickers. And it was kind of a special town meeting for a lot of different reasons. The town meeting being broadcast on a FM station, people being in their cars because it was October 31st, which was Halloween Eve, and it was very cold. And we had a quick lesson before that on how to use clickers. We had over 680 people attend the town meeting in about a little less than 400 motor vehicles. And somehow it all worked, and we got it done. And the clickers were an immense help Taking a standing count in the parking lot would have been logistically difficult, if not impossible. As I reported to others when we met to talk about having this meeting with the selectmen, the way people spoke at that town meeting, and I'll tell you this just as an aside, was we had people with runners with microphones who were all in costumes since it was October 31st. And the parking lot was split up into 4 sections: the green section, the yellow section, the red section, and the purple section. And I think one of the reasons for high attendance, having been involved with Orleans over the years, was that there was an article on to lift the prohibition on the retail sale of marijuana. And
That was the green section.
that was the,
Just making clear
Mr.
for the
Hanley, you beat
public.
me to it.
All right, sorry.
That was the green section. It was the section to the far left of the moderator as he stood there looking out into the parking lot. And the vote overturned 2 prior votes, which had put a ban on retail marijuana, and by about 70%, and was associated with honking of horns and other things. So, but that was the first time we used electronic voting, and I don't think we could have done it logistically. We could have pulled off that town meeting without it. They've used electronic voting ever since then. The use of it is not on every article. It is on articles where the moderator perceives that there's going to be a problem being able to call an oral vote. Why is it used that way? Because, frankly, if you use the electronic voting on every article, including procedural articles like move the question or questioning a quorum or something like that, it's much more difficult to use the electronic voting if you can just call it, because it takes approximately 30 seconds, anywhere between 15 and 30 seconds to keep it open, keep the lights on, have everybody vote, tabulation, and then the town clerk be able to announce the result. Whereas a moderator with a keen ear could quickly dispose of that, the yeas and nays, and you move on. So the way to expedite town meeting, if you have these, is I think to use it judiciously. And that's the way the town moderator, Mr. Little, who has been the town moderator since we started using that, has done it. I think he's developed a good skill to use it when he needs to use it. And there's no question on standing votes that it saves an awful lot of time. Orleans has been in the process of expanding their sewer system over the last 10 years. As you know, sewer is generally a borrowing article, which generally necessitates a counted vote or a standing vote, a 2/3 vote. And so it's been a real time saver because they've had some large meetings of over 1,000, 1,100 at a couple of meetings I was at. In order to get those first few votes, it ticked up. They voted at 62% and then 64%, and then finally they got a 2/3 vote of 67%. And since then, the votes have continued to go up, and now the sewer articles seem to gain well up into the 80s or 90% of the vote as the program has taken off. I also spoke with the town moderator, Mr. Litchfield in Chatham. They've had it for approximately 4 years. Bill feels it's an extremely useful tool, again, to expedite the meeting. Chatham, as we all know, has voted on a Council on Aging building in various locations on a number of times, both at annual and special town meetings. And they've had anywhere from 800 people at some of those meetings to their largest one in 2023 of just shy of 1,400, 1,398. He told me that having the electronic voting clickers saved an awful lot of time, and he thinks a lot of people would probably have left if he had to take standing counts on some of those meetings where it was well over 1,000. So he says he uses it somewhere between 50 and 60% of the time. Like the moderator in New Orleans, he chooses when he feels that he's not going to be able to call a question, he'll use the clickers and get that done. And so that's the best way, in his view, to expedite the meeting and use it. Neither town in their bylaw or their vote requires the moderator to use it on any article. It's the moderator's call in both towns as to when to use it. But clearly, both of them always use it rather than take a standing count, now that they have it. Mr. Litchfield also said that no reflection on any of the people who have served as tellers in the town of Chatham over the many years. You also get a very accurate count, he said. So, so he relies on it. In terms of, there's a whole nother reason I think that some people think we should have electronic voting, other than expediting the meeting and just kind of moving along with the advances of civilization, and that is privacy. I've heard from a number of people that they're, I won't say necessarily chilled in voting at town meeting, but they're not used to an open town meeting. Let's say they've moved to town in the last 5 to 10 years, and they're not used to standing up and having other people see how they're voting on things. Mr. Litchfield said, you know, it's amazing, Mike, I've noticed that the simple article to raise and appropriate the salaries of town officials each year, which I always call as a unanimous vote, when I use the clickers, it's never unanimous. So again, it's that whole nature of privacy that some people feel that we should do this, not just to expedite the meeting, but to give a level of privacy to people. Others, I think, would argue that kind of runs against the grain of open town meeting, of a New England town meeting. But again, I think we need to recognize that a lot of the people who've come here have come here in the last 10 years. We want them to participate in our government. And if there is a way to make them feel more comfortable at that and get the work done at the same time, then we ought to at least be putting it in front of the voters and give them an opportunity to vote on it and give us some direction as town officials as to how we should do it. So that was my kind of side of the investigation. Emily really got into the weeds on some of the more technical aspects about costs, and I'll let her talk about that.
Thank you. So I did do a deep dive on cost. There are 2 vendors that are really leading the way in terms of providing electronic voting at town meeting type events. They're Meridia and Option Technologies. I did reach out to both for preliminary quotes, nothing like an RFP, just initial information. Both very graciously responded to me fairly quickly, and I put an overview of the information they provided to me in your packet. But generally speaking, both vendors offer both a purchase model, where the town would purchase and then own the clickers, and a rental model, where the town would rent X number of clickers per meeting. And then in addition to the clicker cost, there is a cost for the vendor to provide staff support. So in the town of Harwich, unlike some other towns that do use clickers during town meetings, we have a 1-person IT department, we have a small staffed Harwich channel department. So I don't think, and I think Mike and I agreed on this in this preliminary investigation stage, that it would be possible for existing town departments and town staff to take on the additional responsibility of programming and running these clicker counts during the meeting. So we did factor in the cost for, again, the staff support provided by the vendor in our cost assessment. So you'll see they're the 2 vendors we contacted are fairly comparable in their cost, both for purchase and for rental. If the town was interested in purchasing the clickers, we again used an 800 clicker sample size to account for our ordinary, annual town meeting attendance, plus a few extra if we were to have a particularly hot button topic. So we used an 800 clicker model. The cost to purchase for both of those vendors was just over $31,000, and again, that would then be for the town to own those 800 clickers. the vendors do have the option to either rent or purchase additional clickers on a per-clicker basis, either for an individual meeting, again, if it was, an article that was going to require additional attendance and additional participation, or if we wanted to acquire more over time, we could do that as well. And then the staff support to be provided by the vendor. Again, we're working kind of from a 2-night annual town meeting. We'd be looking at about $8,000 per meeting. It's about $4,000 per night that the vendor would charge to come on site. There are some other incidental costs. We, as you know, meet in the community center gymnasium, but we typically set the community center multi-purpose room up for overflow. Both vendors could provide for overflow capacity where the clickers would work in another room, but it would require potentially either per meeting wiring, or depending on building distance, they might need to do permanent wiring to the building. They weren't able to provide that information until we got further along, and they would actually have to come on site to do that assessment, but it would be a cost either way. They both have, ongoing annual software and license agreements and things like that. And I do like to mention that it would probably be an increased cost to the election worker staffing. So we do have election workers who check voters in on town meeting. They typically remain in the multipurpose room for the duration of the meeting. But if we had to make sure we were at all the building entrances or the gymnasium entrances to keep folks from running off with their clickers at the end of the night after 4, 5, 6 hours, we would need to account for that time too. So the biggest cost, of course, is the clickers themselves and the vendor staff support, but there are additional costs that would go into that as well.
So Orleans is rented, and Chatham purchased.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think Chatham purchased back when they still had some ARPA funds, and so they made the purchase back then. And Mr. Litchfield said to me, they purchased, they figured 700 or 800 being their average attendance on first night of annual town meeting for the last number of years before they purchased. They bought 1,000. He said, it's not enough. And I said, well, Bill, that's because you had that special town meeting with 1,400. He says, yes. And it was a disaster because I had to count the other 400 in another spot by hand with tellers and an assistant moderator, and then match that up with the clickers. And he said, when you get into two things, it makes it very confusing for the meeting. So, they rented the clickers that night. Orleans has been in the rental mode ever since the meeting at Nauset Beach. They're more comfortable with that. They bring in the outside staff each time. Their IT staff doesn't handle it. And they come in for the 1 or 2 nights of town meeting. In Orleans, we have town meetings at the middle school gymnasium. It's a very large room. You've probably been over there, some of you. And they do have a wall that can separate back piece off, which we do. When we separate that off, we can handle about 700 or 800 people in the gym using the bleachers and the floor. And when we have an overflow, we open up that door. That's easily within distance for the rental ones to be able to work in there as well. So that's kind of worked out for them that way. So 2 different models Chatham was able to buy, but Chatham has an IT department that operates it, services it, along with other things they do in town. Orleans doesn't have that staff, and so the rental model has worked well for them. But it's expensive. It's at least $25,000 a year, if not $30,000 a year, for Orleans to do their town meetings.
Well, thank you both. Fantastic presentation. Emily, I'm going to ask you before I go to the public or any input and questions, could you explain the grid that's in here regarding how many, honestly, this was fascinating to me, the amount of times there was a counted vote versus a voice vote. I think that's going to be important for everybody to understand.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
When we were discussing potential use for the clickers in Harwich, we were wondering, how often are we really going to need to use them or want to use them? And so we decided to do a look back through the last 5 years of town meetings in Harwich, both annual and special, to see how many votes were called by voice, and did it vary whether it was a simple majority vote, 2/3 majority vote, or higher quantum of vote, and then how many votes were taken by standing count. And then we broke the standing count votes down by substantive motions, so actions on the article, versus the procedural motions like the motions to terminate debate. So you'll see that per event breakdown. Again, it's just for the last 5 years. We noticed that the counted votes, despite kind of taking up a lot of our memory of an event, weren't actually that high in terms of the number of, percentage of votes taken at the event. So if we were to just base use of the clickers as kind of a direct comparison, do voice versus counted votes from prior meetings, we're looking at anywhere from 0 to 6 votes out of maybe 65 or 70 total votes taken at a meeting. But I don't want to take away from what Moderator Ford said, that if the clickers were in place, maybe that breakdown would look a little bit different.
So in 2024, we had, if following that model, we would have used the clickers twice.
Correct.
So 8,000 a click, right around there. And then in 2023, we had 6. Just for the public and the people who don't have the grid in front of them, I'll only go back one more year to 2022, there were no standing votes. So the clickers would have been not used.
Correct.
So I just think it's important for everybody to understand that as well. And
It is, and the other thing, if I make
Yeah,
one
of course.
comment on that, Mr. Chairman. About 5 years ago, the legislature amended the borrowing statute. And frankly, all votes that required a 2/3 vote under the law, and allowed the moderator to be able to call a 2/3 vote, that just declare that it got 2/3. Prior to that, any 2/3 vote, if you had any in opposition, you had to count. That was the law. So moderator has a lot more flexibility now. Now, people can still question 7 or more people on their feet. They can require a standing count. Moderator is required to take it. But I think that has decreased the number of standing counts, because if you get a handful of noes on a 2/3 now, you can still declare it as moderator that it passed and move on. And so that may be one of the reasons. If you look farther back, we probably had more standing counts. The other thing that necessitates, and I'm sure you'll all remember this, standing counts in Harwich, is that we raised the quantum of vote to move the question, terminate debate, from 2/3 to 3/4 in Harwich. It's the highest in any town that I've kind of been around to in terms of town meeting, that 3/4 vote. The moderator can't call that orally. So unless, through gentle coaxing, the moderator can get people on a second or third attempt to vote unanimously or be quiet on the other side, you can't call it. And that's why you'll see in, for example, 23, you had 4 standing counts that were just to move the question.
Right.
So those are the things that kind of force a standing count. So, but I think our joint recommendation is that we've heard enough from folks out there that we've talked to, and based on our investigation, that we would encourage the selectmen to put it in the warrant and let the voters at town meeting give us some direction as to how they would like to proceed.
Excellent, thank you. So does anybody from the public have any questions here from the public? Just nothing about the Nauset town meeting. Anything else would be in play? Please. You have to go up to the microphone. Thank you. No problem. And then just state your name if you don't mind.
Hi, I'm Christina Wiseman. I was just wondering, Emily, you mentioned that it was $31,000 to purchase. What would the cost be to rent?
So from the 2 vendors, one gave us a specific cost and one just let us know they would quote per meeting. But for the vendor that gave a specific cost, it was $10 per clicker per meeting. So if we were looking at an 800 clicker count, again, that would be $8,000 for the clickers plus the cost for their staff support.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And to clarify, you can also, if you needed to rent additional clickers, you could rent additional clickers above 800 for $10 a clicker.
Absolutely.
Okay. Anybody else from the public with any questions?
Again, Patrick Otten, East Harwich. I would just like to put in perspective, when people say expensive, just what does that mean? Let's write down the town budget, which is $60 million, plus or minus $10 million, right? Plus or minus. So you have $60 million, and beneath that, you have $30,000. let's start marching the decimal points over, okay, until you get to $60. And look at the cost of the 30,000, it becomes 3 cents. So that's the ratio we're looking at, $60 to 3 pennies for this purchase. So yes, it's expensive, but keep in perspective what the ratio is and really what the cost is to the town. All right?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'll go to the board now for any questions. Anybody want to start? Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things, and they're completely separate thoughts. The first one, in sending it to town meeting would get me past that, is that part of the discussion wasn't about facilitating it being quicker. Part of it had to do with what would be the outcome on certain major things like the budget if it were done with a clicker versus not a clicker. And I'm fascinated by that idea because a lot of people do get intimidated. So I'm just throwing that out there. The other one I do have some experience in. I just wondered, did you ask them, given the fact that these are electronic, and given the fact that 15 years ago everybody was operating on Windows 7, Ring doorbells didn't exist, there's a lot of things that have changed just in 15 years. Because I'm leaning myself towards renting. Did you ask them what the life cycle was of these things and whether or not, to Jeff's point, that it would even be possible, say, in 5 years to augment the purchased ones with the new ones to the extent that they were operating under a completely different design or software?
So I would say we did ask about warranty and about anticipated lifespan. I don't think that directly answers your question. So we didn't get into, how does your system adjust with
I'm interested
changing
in actually how many
technology.
times they've
Right.
turned over their operating platform.
I would imagine that would certainly be part of a longer conversation if or when we got to an RFP process and that type of negotiation and conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the board? Julie?
Thank you for both of you for putting all the info together, and I think if we were to go forward, I think leasing does make a little more sense based on our IT department size, et cetera. I also think it would be interesting to try it because if we're overall able to reduce the time for a town meeting, we may get more people participating because some people just don't want to make that commitment when they think they're going to be there 2 nights. So I like the idea, and thanks for gathering the info.
Thank you, Julie. Anyone else? Pete?
Two quick things if I could.
Please.
It could develop into more, but, Mr. Moderator, I believe I heard you and understand that you said currently folks can challenge you when you say you declare a vote. That would still be the case here, but could they force you or ask you to use the clickers?
The challenge is not available when you've divided the question. In other words, taking a standing count or an electronic count. Statute doesn't apply to that.
So if it's,
So there isn't a right.
it would just be on
It would be
on
the
verbal.
moderator's discretion
Correct.
to do it at that point.
But I guess if we did I guess we wouldn't do this, but if we did a standing count, even though we had the clickers, and somebody wanted to challenge that, they could? Or no?
I can't see us doing a standing count if we had the
Correct.
clickers.
But if we did, they couldn't challenge it anyway based on your interpretation?
That's
I
correct.
understand. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And secondly, to Ms. Mitchell, the cost, sounds like the first year, with one of the companies, the cost the first year would be either the cost to purchase or rent the clickers, and in the first meeting would be included in that purchase cost, right? Is that what it says?
I believe, it does say that for the purchase. I don't know if the vendor would include free staff support if you rented the clickers. I know in my conversation it was part of the purchase price.
Gotcha, okay.
But I would have to verify on a
Yeah,
rental.
which is fine. Because I'm just doing some math exercises in my head as far as trying to figure out what would make more sense. And clearly, it's not a decision I'm going to make tonight, nor does anybody have to. But while we have you here, I figured I'd ask. The tech support is only if you purchase?
No,
No.
you can pay for staff support even with the rental
Even with the
model.
rental? Okay, that's what I thought.
Orleans actually has the same outside tech support come in and set it up for each meeting.
That's how they operate? Okay. All right, that's good enough for tonight. Thank you very much for this information.
And they actually came in, which is a necessity, frankly, and did a pre-town meeting. Anybody who wanted to learn how to use clickers ahead of time, they encouraged people to come in. We had a pre-town meeting, we used the clickers, and
All right,
that was kind of an educational thing before the real meeting.
excellent. Thank you very much.
Michael, do you have anything to add?
Nothing at this time.
Excellent. So personally, I'd like to see this move to the warrant, let the voters decide. I think you did a great job of educating, and giving us the information we need to make an informed vote. So thank you both for your time and all the work you put in to get us here.
We will make a similar stop with the Finance Committee.
Excellent.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much.
Thank you. We'll back up and move to draft 2025 annual town meeting warrant, and I'll hand it over to Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your packet, you'll have what the team has been referring to as a tally sheet, excuse me, which first identifies known articles that will be put forward for your consideration for placement. And then within that, you can see I've broken them out by type of article. I believe after this, you're going to talk about your preferences on numbering. So this evening, I'm prepared to speak to any of the highlighted articles that are on the tally sheet. It's my understanding that in some instances, the select board voted to place, but did not take any action pending more information that I might be able to provide. So with that, I turn it right back to the board with the tally sheet with the highlights that you have that should correspond to articles that were in your packet.
Excellent. So does anyone on the board have anything to add before we move down the list? Annual allocation, cultural council, would we like to provide support votes or
Adopt,
not
accept and adopt, you mean?
accept and adopt at this point? Or do we want to continue down the list? Just trying to think of the most efficient way to move through this. Joe?
I think specific to those two boilerplates, the question was what was the estimated cost and what was the funding source? So for each of those, the estimated cost is presented, so I can speak to them individually.
That'd be great.
And these are dollar amounts that have carried over year. To do a quick history, you may recall that about 5 or 6 years ago, these used to have to come before the town as petitions, but that was sort of a practice that a few administrators prior to me had done. I took the initiative, if you will, to put these in without petition because the town was always adopting these. And so the first one is an annual supplemental contribution for the local cultural council, and it supports the efforts that they do in addition to whatever funding they may get from the Commonwealth through the Mass Cultural Council. So again, that dollar amount for that article is $4,000, and the funding is anticipated and available from free cash.
Anybody like to make a motion?
For cultural council?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move that we vote to accept and adopt the annual allocation for the cultural council as specified by the town administrator.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. 5-0.
Thank you. The next one is, again, a boilerplate article that's referred to as defray the expenses of the Chase Library and Harwich Port Library. In years past, we've talked about these as support of other libraries. Again, the estimated cost is carrying over from past years. It's $20,000. Again, the funding source that's available presently is free cash. And again, as it says in the explanation, it's a long-standing tradition of the town to support these other private libraries. However, there's an additional benefit for the town that if the town supports these libraries, the Mass Library, State Library Commission considers that support of all libraries. So it eases the overall burden that the town must meet.
Thank you, Joe.
Mr. Chair, I move that we vote to accept and adopt the defray expenses of Chase and Harwich Port Libraries at a cost of $20,000.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Pete?
So, and this ties into the last one as well, so I'm gonna support it. But my concern is, you know, the use of free cash, and my interpretation of using free cash for non-recurring expenses. So I understand the overall thought process, but I don't know that in future years that I would necessarily support continuing use of the free cash for this purpose.
Don?
Mr. Chair, I agree with Mr. Piekarski. In point of fact, the human services money used to be in an article, and it got pulled into the budget, but I'm not sure that we have the capacity in the budget to do all of these at this point anyway. So I'm just pointing that out. Some we have pulled in as part of what our cost of operation is.
Any more discussion? Michael, Julie? Hearing none. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0.
Thank you, folks. Next on your list is a list of financial articles. And I believe what you have in your packet, again, is the Monomoy Regional School District budget. The dollar amounts that are reflected here comport to the latest presentations. I believe Dr. Carpenter and Mr. McMillan presented Thursday evening to Finance Committee before I was part of the budget discussion. I know they also presented to you folks last week, as did Cape Cod Regional Technical. So the dollar amounts right now reflect what is anticipated to be the overall request of the districts.
And I'll add to that, Joe, if I may, both Scott and Michael mentioned that there may be a slight adjustment, but nothing significant. And that was at the FinCom meeting. Can I get a motion? Okay, hearing none, let's move on.
So next.
Sorry? I'm sorry, Don.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment. It's not like I like negotiating through select board meetings, but while this is outstanding, I just want to point out that we had a great interest in meeting with the town of Chatham. We've appointed a subcommittee, and I think it's premature for us to land on supporting this budget without having a longer-term view to what that relationship looks like.
Understood. Thank you for that point. Moving on to the Cape Cod Regional Technical article.
Mr. Chair,
Michael.
apologize, I was struggling with my mic. I think it goes beyond what Don just mentioned. I believe there was a lot of questions in the last budget presentation that couldn't be answered. So no positive motion from me tonight really is a reflection of we're not there yet.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone else? Julie?
No, I would agree with that. We were just waiting for some more info.
Excellent. And we are still waiting from Scott and Michael a lot of information that this board has asked for. So moving to the Cape Cod Regional Tech School. Do you want to speak to that, Joe, or I'd entertain a positive motion?
Just that the dollar amounts comport with what Mr. Sanborn presented last week.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Piekarski, have you gotten the information that you had requested?
Bits and pieces. In fairness to Dr. Sanborn, we've had a communication dialogue back and forth via email that I need to follow up with him on, so the ball's in my court.
But the bottom line is you still haven't got all the information you're looking for.
I don't have everything at this
All
point.
right. I'm agreeing with Michael about the premise of the vote. I'm not prepared to make a motion either.
Absolutely. Okay. Transfer from Special Purpose Stabilization Fund. Joe?
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you have a special guest this evening. You have the chair of the Harwich Affordable Housing Trust. This article is meant to support a request coming from the trust. What I did not have yet is a dollar amount. However, I also want to point out in the article itself, typically the only transactions of special purpose stabilization funds to date are in support of budget articles. So I just want to put it, you can note that there's an editor's note where it says the article is to see if the town would vote to And the question is, a general question, is it necessary to do a transaction by this to have it go straight to the trust? Is there another mechanism? So there's still a question for council as to how that gets presented to you as an article. Be that as it may, we'd still want to know the purpose and the dollar amount.
Thank you for inviting me to attend your session. And I'd like to frame this.
What's your name for the record?
Larry Ballantyne.
Thank you, Larry. I've been waiting to do
I
that to you
forget.
for so long.
I forgot. I apologize.
That's okay. Made my night.
See, now you've got me on the defense. But thanks again. And I do, Joe, appreciate your comment, because I looked at the article today, and it says transfer to general fund. And, obviously my read of the 2021 annual town meeting where this was voted on, it was to transfer the 25% of the stabilization fund to the housing, the Affordable Housing Trust. And that also backs into the, what our bylaws is this Affordable Housing Trust supports low and moderate income housing. And, excuse me, and just one other comment to kind of frame this is that I know Julie and I have had some discussions, can we use some of this money to support market-based, market rate housing? And I think that's an interesting idea because we need both. But I don't see we can do that the way the bylaw is written and the way this spatial stabilization fund is set up. I would suggest that that's an item you should take up, possibly even as quick as this town meeting is. Can you transfer some money into a housing fund for market-rate housing? Because we do need both. Mm-hmm. And I would not be against, I haven't talked to the trust itself, but maybe the 25% reduce that to 20% and take 5% into market-rate housing, because I reiterate, we need housing of all kinds. Right. But I know, Julie, you and I talked about it, and I think it's good, but I just don't see it happening in our framework we have now. I know Joel's looking at some legal questions on that, but I did want to raise it. Briefly, and again, I've said this, I always have to help, applaud those who help us out, but Megan Green has been fantastic. We've had some years, well, I won't go there. But we get, she gives me, every 6 months, she gives me an updated information of what we stand on our trust revenue and what our funds are in our stabilization. And if I need data to present to you or to go to CPC, I email her and she's back to me right away. It's a great, Joe, pass that on. I appreciate that very much. What we have now then is we have about $1 million in our trust funds at the moment. We have $2.1 million in our stabilization funds. We've, as you know, and I won't waste your time on going through the projects we've already working on, but I will comment that at our last meeting, we gave initial approval for the what John Terry is calling, a developer in town is calling the West Harwich, help me out, housing, West Harwich Park maybe? Square?
Square, yeah.
Thank you, whoever, that's why we have newspaper here, they know what they're talking about. West Harwich Square. And we've committed, initially we committed $150,000 to help on some of the site plans. And I assume that will also help him in his initial funding loan process. His total request to the Housing Trust, the Affordable Housing Trust, is $1.8 million. Of a total project cost, he's estimating to be about $10 million. And to put that in perspective, out of that we would get 10 affordable houses, 10 affordable apartments out of 40. That would allow us to count 40 towards our shy list, and it would buy those apartments at about $180,000 per apartment. So from our perspective, very reasonable. We spent at your fire station, Those cost us about $160,000 per apartment. The 5 Bells Neck, we have 3 there, that cost us about $200,000. So it sounds like a lot, 1.8 million from our trust, but it's very reasonable in what we get. But it does eat into our total package. And so I initially had mentioned to Joe that I would like to transfer 1.5 million, at least some in reserve. And I can stick with that, but I would not like to reduce it any further than that, because we do have hopefully commitments for more money in the next couple of years that I think are very valuable to the town of Harwich. So that's my request, is to put this warrant article in place at 1.5 million to transfer from the stabilization fund to the housing trust.
Thank you, Larry.
Questions?
Absolutely. I'll go to the board. Anybody on the board want to start?
No, I'd just like to say,
Please.
you know, I support Larry in the transfer of the 1.5 million in the, to the stabilization fund, from the stabilization fund. And I think he makes a good point, is we have some things we need to address in terms of if we can reduce, you know, to 20% or something going forward. But I think it's a conversation that we should continue to have, because the trust is limited to affordable, and there's a greater need as well out there for workforce. So, you know, that the board talked about, you know, other ways to create housing. I see that as a possibility down the road, so leave that to the board to decide.
Thank you,
Julie. Don?
It's going to sound like a broken record, Mr. Chair, but Larry and I have talked about this in the past. The agreement that was filed for the trust document as a fiduciary document in the Registry of Deeds, the way it's written right now, it's more constraining than the stabilization fund was. And if memory serves me, when John Giorgio came in about the stabilization, he said we could get to 100% of area median income. Right. You can't currently. So, I mean, you still have to take a look at how to modify that agreement, because there's 2 different thresholds going on here. If you dump the money in there, you're going to still be restricted until you can come up with a mechanism to bring it up to 100. I think we all agreed at one point, just so everybody understands what market rate housing that we're targeting. It's not that we're trying to build Harwichville, 2 million houses. It was predicated on something modest, like 120% area median income. You can't get there right now, so hopefully they'll relent on that. But the rules of the money going in to the stabilization fund are somewhat different than what you could actually disperse from if you got a hold of it. So you may want to do 2 things at the same time, is advocate for taking the money, but at the same time try to figure out what kind of changes you need in text to be able to come up with something that would be meaningful to you to pursue.
And that's a good point, because there's things going on in the state, but we were talking more, you know, say 120%, just a little bit above. And we have discussions at our trust meeting, because Don, you're right, it's 80%, but we can actually do some at 100% if our average is 80%. So there's a little bit of flexibility, but still it ties our hands, especially to those populations that are just above the threshold, which probably includes a lot of our healthcare workers and you know, public officials and stuff that we need to bump up a bit. But that's probably a bigger discussion.
And I bring that up only because it's a self-inflicted wound. Right? We adopted our housing trust document, tethering it to what is now the executive office or whatever. It's what everybody knew as housing development, HD.
Now it's
Well, it's got a lot of vowels and consonants in it. They just keep changing the name. Same agency, but the problem is, in tethering it to that, you've tethered it to what their requirements are and the caps. So you didn't have to do that. You could have defined it in terms of the AMIs that you were trying to gain objectives to. There are documents out there from other towns across the state that took that approach. So whatever you do, I mean, you may want to look into what other people were successful at achieving in text, so that you have more flexibility, because I think you're right, and I think the public needs to understand that there's this huge chasm. Even a rental provider cannot keep you if you start making over the 80% or whatever threshold you've agreed to specify those units as being covered by. You're not allowed to renew. And all of a sudden, you get dumped off into the market, and there's no place for you to stay. So, in terms of where we are as a society, I mean, this is across the whole country, but here, there's a notch out. We haven't been able to address that, and time keeps ticking, and we still haven't addressed that. I would hate to see people figure that the only solution is they got to drive over the bridge and move.
Thank you, Don. I'd like to just sum that and say that we need to be as creative as possible. And that's what we have discussions each of our meetings, monthly meetings. We always say there are ideas that we have. We've entertained some ideas that are probably pretty crazy, but we listen.
Thank
Wouldn't be
you,
the
Don.
first time.
You all set?
Yeah.
Pete, anything?
Really no questions, but crazy is good. All right, so that's a good place to start. But no, I'm happy to hear this conversation's going on, because I think all too often, the middle-income folks are the ones who get left behind, right? So
Yeah.
there's a lot of focus on affordable housing, which is needed, and then those that, have the means, of course, don't worry about that. So I'm glad to hear the conversation's begun. Well, not that it hasn't occurred in the past, but with greater emphasis, and I think that's really where we need to put some focus, so.
Thank you, Pete. Michael?
Larry, thank you for the presentation. You had mentioned, I believe you said you have about $1 million in the fund right now, in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund?
Correct.
And then you've applied for another $500,000 from CPC?
Excuse me, I forgot to mention that. That's correct. We've asked for $500,000 from CPC for the trust fund, and then we've asked, we committed $150,000 last year to a rental assistance program, which will carry us for 3 years. I've asked for CPC funds to replenish that $150,000.
Okay. And now, the rental assistance program, thank you. I'm going to just leave that one alone for right now. So looking at 1.5 million after this town meeting, if CPC stays where they have been the past few years and give you the 500,000, tell me again, and sorry if I'm making you repeat yourself, how much of that is committed to, and how long are those projects out before those payments need to be made? I guess I'm getting at, how much money do you have in the bank, Larry, and how much do you anticipate using this year and next year out of that 1.5 million?
Hang on, Michael. We're committed out of that money for the rest of this year for another, a little over $300,000 to complete the 5 Bells Neck property development. We're going into looking forward to progressing with the 456 Queen Anne Road property. And it's not clear to me right now, it doesn't appear we'll need out-of-pocket expenses to continue that, but I'm not going to put that in concrete until we know going forward. Because when I talk to other towns, they've always had to put some additional money in to make that happen. So I'm trying to keep reserve for that.
This is your first line of defense against.
So, and do you have more, Larry? I apologize.
No.
So going along those lines, you're basically asking the town to take 1.5 million out of one stabilization fund and then put it into the trust, which really is a stabilization fund, in anticipation of what?
In anticipation that, the purpose of it is, well, I hate to say this because you know this better than I do, I'm sure, but the purpose was to create a fund that we could move ahead on possibility that if they were to present themselves. And so we do have always ideas that come forward to us, sometimes from the Habitat for Humanity has come forward that I don't want to speak to, but we want to keep our ammunition, so if something does present itself, we can move ahead. And as you know, that was part of the purpose of the trust fund, to have reserves so we could take action.
Yeah, thank you for Larry, and I do recognize that, but looking at how much money you have for those cases, and the fact that this is sitting in a special stabilization fund for housing and collecting interest, if something else comes along for the town related to housing, we'd be giving you 2/3 of the money that's in that special stabilization fund with nothing on the horizon. Quite frankly, Larry, and I'm just going to say it, the Pine Oaks 4 makes me nervous, and that's a conversation that I was going to put on ask the chair to put on the agenda, have the conversation with the trust on where the trust was with that project. And I hope that that's not what we're looking at for it as to what's in the horizon. But given the ability to have a special town meeting at any point to transfer this money, it just doesn't seem like you need it at this point, and it is earmarked for housing, so I don't see why it needs to be moved.
Well, I haven't, we're in general support of Pine Oaks 4 because it's basically because it's hard for us not to support, as you know, we've discussed housing. But I haven't brought that into the projection of money we may spend. That's a separate discussion. I will say that the moving the money from the stabilization fund to the Harwich to the Affordable Housing Trust does allow the trust to collect that interest into the trust fund. I have to, although I will say that it's not clear to me, but if it remained in the stabilization fund, I assume that would still be interest that would be transferable to the, to the trust.
Thank you, Larry. Again, great presentation and a great job by the Affordable Housing Trust this year and last. The projects that you guys are putting forward are thoughtful. They're spread out. They're of size that does not seem to be creating detriments to the town. Repurposing old buildings, being part of that. You guys are doing a phenomenal job. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I feel like I'm talking to the back of my head with you, Michael, on the Zoom.
It's a voice from above.
A voice from above, yes.
So Larry, again, thank you.
At least we're not fighting, Larry.
True.
Just to put some numbers to the narrative so far, I just want to make sure I'm on the right track here. So you have $1 million in the account, you've got $2 million in your stabilization fund. You're requesting $1.5 million transfer here from town meeting, and you are requesting $500,000 from CPC.
Right.
In addition to another 150, I probably heard it wrong, but you had mentioned that you want them to replenish your housing or your rental assistance at 150,000. So is that another 150 on top of the 500 from CPC?
It is.
It is. So by my math, it brings it to about 5.1 million.
Right.
And you're committed for the rest of this year for $300,000. So that leaves about $4.8 million in your account. What has been the actual cash value of the account last year, say, or the year before? Are you always around 4.5 million to strike when you want to, or is it?
That's a good question. I don't have that on top of my head. We haven't been that high before.
Okay.
Because we haven't, we did transfers. We haven't been that high before, but I don't know the answer to the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. And Michael had mentioned that the 1.5 is about 2/3 of the value of that special purpose stabilization fund. So what is the balance of that right now? Do you know off the top of your head?
It's just over $2 million as of December 31st, 2024.
Just over 2 million. Don?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I could give you a little insight prior to Larry's arrival there. We did aggregate in the trust something between $1.2 and $1.3 million, and we spent about $870,000 somewhere in that vicinity for the Mars Line property, which immediately brought it back down again. So he's right. The high water mark has never been higher than what it is, because there's always a project of some sort that had to take a disbursement.
Mm-hmm. Julie, I'm sorry.
We got a hand raised on
Got
the
a hand.
computer.
Oh, I'm sorry, where? On the,
Yeah, on the board meeting, we have a hand raised.
okay, let me finish with the board. Hold on, let me just finish with the board, make sure the board doesn't have any more, and then I'll go to the public. Michael, nothing from you, I just want to make sure.
I'm all set, thank
Okay,
you.
so to the public, who do we have, Matt?
It's Elizabeth Harder on GoToMeeting.
Oh, hi, Elizabeth. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry I couldn't make it in person. Regarding what you were speaking to earlier, Provincetown has what is called the year-round market rate rental housing trust, which also has a board of trustees. And if you listen to the exact wording, the trust is established to create and preserve year-round rental units in the town, including but not limited to market rate units for the benefit of residents of the town. And what that does, it's a separate fund, but you can use that for any AMI or no, 300 AMI, whatever. But it can also be used for affordable. So we can create one of those to work in conjunction with the Affordable Housing Trust.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Anybody else from the public? Okay. What's the board's temperature on this? Personally, Larry, I'll just say, I'd like to see it a little less. I'd like to see a little less than the 1.5.
Again, I would argue at least that because, the stabilization fund locks it away where it is now. I would rather see it locked away in a trust in case something does come up, so we fulfill the original commitment. If something were to present itself, we could move ahead. Because if we don't do this, if something were to come up, we'd have to go back to town meeting, which is the reason that the trust was created primarily to avoid that.
I understand that. What and Don, you might be able to help with this as well, but what is the largest sum of money you've distributed at any one time to any one project?
Well, I'm sure it's $800,000 for the 456 Queen Anne Road, $870,000.
That about the highest?
Yep. Yeah.
Noreen?
Noreen Donahue. Just a clarification, if I could. We're trying to follow your math, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please clarify.
So Larry says he has $1 million in the bank, $500 from CPC, and he's asking for $1.5 from the stabilization. Sounds like $3 million, and I keep hearing people say $5 million, so I don't know how you.
Yeah, well, I'll just confirm, you have $1 million in your account and then $2 million in a stabilization account?
But that's
That's three.
available to him.
Understood. Okay.
Joe's motion.
Oh, Joe,
This is the stabilization.
this is the stabilization fund.
That is a stabilization
Okay.
fund, yes.
So we reduce my figure of 5.1 by 2 million.
Right,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. Thank you, Noreen.
Thank God for you, Noreen, spending all kinds of money
On
here.
Larry's side.
Don?
In all deference, Larry, and I'd love to be able to disperse it all, if I could, because it's so important to be able to jump on opportunities, and that's the whole point of everything. I'm kind of concerned that you're taking it out of a fund that was not encumbered for the same amount. I mean, not that you shouldn't get anything on this ask, but until you resolve the fundamental problem of how do you get it back out at something higher than 80%, you're not going to be able to achieve the goals that you want to achieve with it because it'll go in with that restriction and you can't change it. So yeah, I would kind of think that you'd want to have the satisfaction you've got a nest egg over there that you could draw on and that we probably should commit to adding to as we go forward for stabilization purposes.
Yeah, I would. My pushback on that, Don, is there are two different items. We still need affordable housing. There's a great need for that. We need the other. We need both. I wouldn't want to tie one down to the other.
But could you make do with, say, $1 million rather than the $1.5 million?
I'd rather keep it going because, don't forget the stabilization fund will roll next year as well. that comes from the short-term rental taxes, so that's not static. So hopefully, if we do something soon, we can build that up going forward.
That answers my question.
Richard?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mr. Chairman, Richard Waystack, Harwich. If that money were not available when 456 Queen Anne Road became available for sale, town could not have purchased that property. There are two major parcels in this community that will come up for sale in the next 2 years. If that money is not available, the town will not have standing. May not want to buy it, but will not have the opportunity if that money is not there. Stabilization fund is there. It's got to continue to grow. He's done things. The Affordable Housing Trust has frankly done the only affordable housing that's occurred in this town in the last few years. They are putting the shovel in the ground, and the only group that is doing it, and they're supporting it. I would urge you to give him the $1.5 million that he needs to take advantage when the market provides it, that he's able and the town is able, through the Affordable Housing Trust, to purchase those properties.
And so, somebody else.
No, go ahead, Julie.
I was just gonna say, I'm willing to make a motion to put in the 1.5.
Noreen?
Noreen Donahue, I just want to add one more aspect to this. When they contribute in the form of affordable housing, almost all the time, it's connected to a project which also has workforce housing.
Someone's in the car with their window down. Give it okay, go ahead, thank you.
So, I'm going to your problem of having the two separate pools that you need, which you'll have to solve through legalese, and it will take some time. But in the meantime, whatever they give out as affordable housing goes to a project that is probably 1/4 affordable and 3/4 market rate, so it helps to build housing for the workforce as well. Usually those developers would not have been able to create the 3/4 of workforce or market rate if they didn't get the assistance on the affordable housing side. So a contribution to affordable housing most of the time winds up being a contribution to workforce housing. Just a thought.
Thank you.
Before Julie makes a motion, a point of information.
Please, go ahead.
I think it hasn't been brought up yet, Mr. Administrator, so the vote to take the money out of the stabilization fund at town meeting is what? It's not a simple majority.
It is. It was changed after it was established. Special purpose stabilization funds are now a straight majority or a simple majority. It was reduced by legislation signed by Governor Healy, I believe, 2 years ago. So it went from a 2/3 to a simple majority.
So Julie, want to make?
Please.
Okay.
What? Do you
I'm
wanna-
gonna make a motion.
Please.
I move that we transfer from the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund 1.5 million for housing.
You move that we accept and adopt the article,
Yes,
funding
accept
it
and
with
adopt,
$1.5
excuse me.
million
Thank
from
you.
the stabilization
And
fund.
place. Accept, adopt, and place.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
You've already placed it.
It's already, yeah, it's already in
Okay.
place.
However, I would add that might be your colleague.
Michael, do you have something to add here?
Mr. Chair, just to previous speakers, the information's not so clear, but on affordable projects of size, it's 20% affordable, 80% market rate. And one project that's been put before the board on an informal level, if you read the performer and took the time to read the performer, I would ask, affordable to who on the rental? I did like what Elizabeth Harder said about the year-round rental units in Provincetown. And I think that the trust needs to explore the changing of the documents, to Don Howell's point. But not every project is a great project. And if I'm doing my math correctly, after this town meeting, so long as CPC doesn't change its position on supporting this, the trust is going to have $1.6+ million in its account. Now, to a previous speaker, that's an awful lot of money to buy a large tract of land. But most important, what are we going to do with that large tract of land? I understand the opportunity buy, but that's a fair amount of money to have in there, given that we're only going to spend about 300,000 of it this year that's committed. So I think this is a little bit further conversation that we need on this, and certainly I have to vote no on this, but that's not real information when we talk about what's affordable, what's not affordable, and the rest of it is going to be market rate. Market rate is not affordable to most people that work on Cape Cod.
Thank you, Michael. Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. McCaskill's comment, that's the beauty of the trust. It can decide what that mix is. It doesn't have to accept 80/20. That's a hostile 40B.
Yeah.
Motion and a second. Joe?
As you were making the motion, the comment about, last week you placed an article that reads, transfer from the Special Purpose Stabilization Fund for Affordable Housing to the general fund. So specifically what I heard this evening is a request for those funds to be transferred from the Special Purpose Fund to the Harwich Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Yeah.
So perhaps that's what you want to include, the change in the title, placing that specific article and the dollar amount as you were saying. That
Right.
might be cleanest of all,
Which is 1.5 million.
as I understood it correct.
Right,
And I'm accepting that as a second for the change of language.
yep.
Okay.
Okay. Moved and seconded with a change of language. Any more discussion?
The only thing I'll say, Mr. Chair, if I could, is
Please.
that I personally would like to see the vote of the CPC before I decide to vote up or down on this one. There is a motion and a second tonight. I'll vote against it based off of that, and I too think that 1 million is probably a more appropriate number at this point in time. But again, I'd like to see the CPC outcome before that happens, before I cast my vote to support. So that's where I am this evening.
Would the board like to continue with a vote with the potential that it may not move?
Technically, you have to.
Technically, we have to?
You're in
Unless I-
you're in deliberation.
Well, that's what I was going to say, unless
I'm not
she...
releasing myself.
Okay, that was my only question.
Pardon?
Just-
I will go to Larry then and say, would you prefer that I remove my motion until then, or do you?
I don't think so, because I think we've told you why. Reviewed what the trust is set up for.
Right.
We're trying to get funds to do that. We have a stabilization fund that was, it's called Purpose Stabilization Fund, because it was intended to go to the Affordable Housing Trust, the Harwich Affordable Housing Trust. And so to back away from that at this point and say we're just going to sit there.
You want me to put the GPS into?
Not be, I'm not lost yet.
Hold on, Larry.
Someone's lost.
I'll pull out my DPS. It's your vote. It doesn't, I've made my case. It doesn't make sense for me to have it sit in a fund that at this point can't be transferred anywhere else anyway.
Love the confidence. Okay, but more.
Well, Joe had something, I do have some.
Yeah, please.
The comments by the previous speaker are incorrect. The special purpose stabilization, there were two funds that were set up, one for all matters wastewater. One would argue that the only place it could go would be the wastewater operations department. That's not the case. It's to support anything to do with wastewater. Similarly, this trust, this special purpose fund was established for anything related to affordable housing. It was not directly, specifically for the trust itself. That was never in the motions or the articles, and the town, the select board, could contemplate in the future an article that supports affordable housing, and the request would be, as the original article read, that you'd be looking for a transfer from the special purpose to the general fund, and then the purpose would be whatever the article got to. So with all due deference to our dear colleague, that's not what the special purpose fund was set up for. However, the value statement that he's made is one that I would not challenge and stands on its own.
Done.
Before we take the vote, I just want to point out that that's an excellent argument in support of aggregating the cell tower money so that we could use it directly as a board at the same time as funding this request, because we have that money.
Yeah.
So that, again, as we look down the road, we're getting money from that lease, and the town could elect, through the select board, sponsor a project that is not being sponsored by the Housing Trust, and that money keeps rolling in every year because it's a lease payment that's due. So I'm confident that we'll be able to replenish our ability to spend money on affordable housing as well as the housing trusts.
And
Julie?
to that point, I think that's why it's important to put it in the trust's care, because if something does come up, they have the ability to move forward. None of us can read the tea leaves. Nobody has a crystal ball. To Don's point, that money can stay, the other money can stay from the, what did we call it at one point? The flagpole fund?
It's
And-
the
and-
cell tower affordable
Right.
housing fund.
So I think that the money belongs in the trust stabilization fund, and that, I mean, that's where I would like to see it go, so my motion stands.
As is my second.
Moved and seconded. No more discussion? All in favor? Pete?
No.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
No.
And I'm going to keep betting on you and the Housing Trust. I'm an aye.
Yeah, thank you.
3-2.
Thanks, Larry.
Thank you, Larry,
Thank
for
you,
being
folks.
here. I appreciate your time.
Well, thanks for listening to me. It was a good, healthy discussion, as always.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, next up on the list is an article that has not yet been reviewed by council per se, but it's pretty straightforward, and I'm comfortable with the language that I can speak to. But it's a request from the Historic District Historical Commission for funds to be made available for the purpose in the article, the purpose of which could be told to you by the speaker coming to present.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mary. How are you?
I am well, thank you very much.
Thank you for
Mary
coming here
Maslowski.
tonight.
Thank you. Yes, tonight I'm here as Chair of HDHC. I do want to apologize first and foremost through you and to the town administrator. Our vote at our last meeting, I may not have communicated it well to our assistant. We originally had the intention for having that money, the $25,000 earmarked specifically for structural engineering. We then changed that to the administrative funds so that we could, anything that staff couldn't provide us with, that we would have funds. So maybe it was to have a structural engineer perhaps look at one of the reports that came to us and to maybe provide us with a staff report similar to what Christine does for planning on a larger project basis. So our actual vote was to have the 25 for administrative funds availability. So I don't know, apologies to you, sir, if that didn't get communicated correctly.
Joe?
If I may use the phrase, 6 1/2 dozen of another doesn't really matter. However, under Article 4, there is a department for expenses for Historic District Historical Commission. So you could contemplate one of two things. You can use an article to do the purposes that the commission is looking for. Doesn't matter what we put in for a placeholder. Or you could also discuss that within the operating budget. So you do have a mechanism right now under Article 4 to add more funds. Either way, this could have been funded through raise and appropriate, the tax levy, or this article as a standalone, you could contemplate if you wanted to use free cash. So whatever the purpose may be, you can do it under a standalone article, you can incorporate it within Article 4, because Historic District Historical Commission has a line in Appendix B.
Thank you, Joe. We'll go to the board. Don?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I also may have been misread. I objected to the addition of the extra 6 months on the demo delay premised on, not that I disagreed with it, but it didn't go far enough because it needed this. So I'm in support of both things. You're pretty much operating without any tools whatsoever. You just have to take everybody's word for it when they come in front of you. Whatever it is that they're saying must be true. And as we found, a lot of people don't necessarily agree with that premise. So I don't know what the pleasure of the board is. I mean, personally, I would rather see it go in the budget because it's not going to be compromised at that point. If it gets augmented by the 25 grand, it's a line item. And as was said before with the clickers, we have the darndest predilection to passing $60 million worth of expenses in about 30 seconds. But if we start going into an article for 25,000, I have a feeling we're going to be there for a half hour.
So like I said, we had originally, it was started with the intention of looking at those structural reports. I don't know how feasible it is for us to hire somebody to do a full structural engineering report. And that's where the discussion kind of morphed into, if we have a little more flexibility with that money, we may find a better way to spend it to still support the projects that are before us. As far as the 6 months is concerned, just for the record, what we have found when we talk about a demo delay bylaw, as many of you probably already know, we've looked at redoing that demo delay bylaw as far back as 2020 when COVID hit. We had postponed a new draft on a couple of occasions, on a couple of town meetings because of timing. We have since, one of our prior town planners, John Eidman, had some concerns about some of the sections. The 6 month, adding the 6 months to the demo delay was where the board thought we could make some headway this time around. It's a pretty straightforward bylaw change. And really the thought process behind it is because the demo delay is the only tool that we have in our tool shed, it's the one thing that by giving us an extra 6 months can put a little bit of pressure for people to cooperate with us, so.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask procedurally?
Please.
That is a topic that's coming up.
Coming up, right.
Okay.
So we'll hit the
would
demo
ask-
delay next.
And if,
Please.
well, no, I've interrupted the speaker, but once the speaker's done, I would like to speak to the administrative aspect
Excellent.
of the budget request.
Do you want to continue, Mary?
I am all set on the 25,000 administrative funds.
Okay, thank you. Joe, did you want to?
Questions?
So certainly, generally speaking, from administration, there are some problems with giving a dollar amount of that nature to a committee. Again, typically, committees don't have staff. Committees don't get into that level of activity. So when we, in administration, were contemplating the ask, the recommendation would be from administration that, as is the case with other regulatory bodies, the town can procure structural analysis vendors and consultants and all of that, but compel the applicant to pay the cost. And I think that jives with other regulatory departments. So it wouldn't necessarily be that the Historic District Historical Commission would be in a position to do the procurement. The town could do that. We do have funds available generally for that kind of work because it's other professional technical services. So there's ways to accomplish that, or we can also add to the budget. Just a little bit of a caution that we typically don't do that outside of, say, Finance Committee, which has a line item for reserve fund transfers. So if the town's desirous of making applicants who come before a regulatory body such as the HDHC, the town can procure structural analysis consulting. The town can, through the HDHC, compel that report, and further, the town can compel the applicant to pay for it. Similar to what we do for regulatory and some stormwater work as well. So there's a lot of different aspects for this discussion.
So I think, if I may, I think the issue came up particularly with the church. Now, the most we can do is do a 12-month demo delay. People can wait us out, they can knock it down, past the 12 months in one day. So the issue was, would we do our own? I don't foresee it, personally speaking, and speaking for myself as chair and not as an individual, not as speaking for the board, I don't think it's necessarily practical for us to go and recommission another report at additional expense to the town when we can look at the report that we have and decide whether it's valid or not. What happened this last time was the board didn't think it was specific enough. 4 members of the board didn't feel it was ready for full demolition and voted against. So I think that's the same thing that can happen on a regular basis. I think what I would foresee us doing would be asking for a second opinion from a town engineer, whether it's VHB or somebody else who has availability to look at that and just tell us whether they thought it went far enough or whether they agreed or disagreed, was more the lines that we were thinking of. Because to the town administrator's point, we're not seeing things to be able to contract with outside people. It's more when something's not available, we think we might need it coming up to be able to ask through staff or through administration for that assist.
So I think there's a general concept that we're talking about of 25,000 for administrative purposes. I would still argue that administrative purposes should not be in for a committee per se. But to the most recent example from the previous speaker, let me just put it out there. The town was implicated in that process, meaning the town was a party to the discussions. So in that specific instance, when I was asked by any number of committee members or interested parties if the town was going to pay for a structural analysis, the answer was no, not unless the select board directed me to procure that structural analysis. So we have an article that had an original purpose that's changing. No objection to that change per se. You're now talking potentially about administrative budgets, which would be most appropriate, in my opinion, under Article 4. But there's a lot of moving parts. The town can procure structural analyses, generally, and the town could compel applicants to pay for that, as we have in other instances. So it's sort of morphed tonight, if you will, and I appreciate that commentary.
Apologies, yeah.
We also have time to deal with it. But if we're just now talking about administrative costs, it's a procurement that the funds could be directed to any line item. It would still be the obligation of the administrator to oversee the procurement.
Thank you. Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I speak for the whole board that nobody wants to create a piggy bank for every single board we have.
Agreed.
That having been said, I would really be reticent to make this into a bureaucratic endeavor. The folks that are closest to the decision-making are the committee itself. It's a regulatory body, and they should be able to recommend or not recommend that this is a bunch of hokum and we want to verify it, or we're good with that. The whole point of all the Mass General laws establishing all these committees was that it wasn't enough to have a technocrat sitting in town hall say yeah to this, no to that. It was really based on citizen participation, and I would like to keep it that way by actually allocating them funds directly to the Historic District Historic Commission.
So I appreciate the comment. I guess my way of looking at it, and I think part of what I discussed at the meeting, was really like what Christine provides for planning board. When we have a good, valid staff report that's been reviewed by staff, that gives us some direction where we need it. You know, we don't need a lot in historic, and we fly pretty, I think we've flown pretty straight and narrow, and tried to stick to what we can do and not what we can't do. But there are just those few opportunities where, you know, I think we might need an assist from time to time. And that's really all this was aimed at. You know, Mr. Paul Doan did make the suggestion as a part of that original meeting with the Baptist Church in West Harwich, and I think it morphed slightly by the time our next meeting rolled around, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Would you need a motion then to put it in the budget?
Well, I just have a clarification, because I think what's important here that you touched on is that, you know, it's one thing to say that I think it's important that the Historic District has some funds set aside through whatever budget item, line item you want to put it in, that it's dedicated to you. And I would also say that it's important that whatever analysis is done, it's done on your timeline. Because imposing somebody else and saying, we're going to get it, and I understand what you're saying, Joe, but we don't want it to be like, and you're going to have to pay for it, and then it sits, and then months pass by. So I want you guys to be in charge of when that work gets done, whatever it is, not just this, but there could be other future things that you need some sort of money set aside to pay for something, but it has to be on a proper timeline. So I'd be in favor of making that motion, or if you want to make it, happy to second it.
Just one question. Did we place this at all, or is this just completely an open thought?
No, it has not been placed. It has not been vetted by council, but that's simply because it's rather straightforward, even with the so-called last-minute changes.
Sorry.
For concept.
I'm going to let the public speak now, because once we make a motion, that part's done. So if you want to come up and...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Sutphin, Harwich. I'm certainly in support of there being some funds available for anybody to question the tearing down of a house. So I'm not standing here to negate that request. I hope it comes through. However, I two of the houses I grew up in were torn down last year. One was structurally quite sound. The other, the owner claimed, after owning it for 10 years and doing nothing with it, that it wasn't so structurally sound. So to a certain extent, this is just a game. When somebody pays $5.5 million for a piece of ground, and they have to wait a year and a half, well, they're going to spend the first year designing their project, and then they're going to have 6 months to go to London and Aruba and wherever, and if they get tired of waiting, they'll sell it. So it's not a very, 6 to 18 months is not a very long period of time for somebody who's doing plenty of things during their year. I stand up at town meeting and ask for an amendment for 2 years.
Excuse me, Matt, point of order here.
Just as a point of order, that's not what this discussion is about. That's another article in a
Well,
different
okay, well
spot.
then I should end it right here. Anyway, I'm certainly in favor of questioning structure. Thank you.
If I might, I'd like to move that we support the request of HDHC for $25,000 for administrative use in ascertaining the validity of requests and place it in the budget.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I'm going to go to Michael first. I don't want to forget Michael.
You don't want to forget me again because you didn't include me in that conversation, but we'll stop there.
Well, thanks for bringing that up, Michael. I truly appreciate that. That public. Thank you.
Hey,
it's like you're here.
Select Board Member Howell just mentioned in the motion to put it in the budget. Is that where we're at, that it's going to be in Article 4?
That's what I believe, yes.
You're right.
Yes.
It's in the budget.
That's what the motion is.
Yes.
To put the 25,000 in the operating budget?
Dedicated to HDC.
Yes.
Okay. And then maybe through you to the chair of HDHC, how many times over the last 5 years, other than the Baptist Church, has this come up to facilitate the ask for $25,000 on a tight budget year?
So to be honest, I think anytime we voted a demo delay, which is probably half a dozen in the last 2 years, because I think the demo delay is specifically the board saying, you know, I know you want a full demolition, but we're not prepared to go that far. And we're looking for people to work with us a little bit. Sometimes it's on replacing with something similar, with a similar look and feel. So that speaks to kind of the demo delay portion of it. But I think anytime we impose the 12 months, I think you will see a structural report that either was missing or was questioned by members of the board as being fully accurate.
Thank you. So I can see this going a lot further than 25,000 if all of a sudden HDHC is going to start challenging all these reports. But I'll leave that as my opinion and my comments. Thank you.
Any other discussion from the board? Joe?
Not as a board member,
Understand.
just asking
No,
for clarification on the motion. I heard in the budget, I didn't hear specific references to departments or lines.
To be placed in the budget for the use directly of the HDHC. I know it's a committee, but that's the motion.
Yep, I'll second that.
That's the motion on
That's
the
the
table.
motion.
Pete, do you have anything before I go?
Oh, I have a lot, Mr. Chairman. So conceptually, I agree with this. I'm glad the language in the packet is not accurate because I didn't support that. I'm inclined to support putting it into the budget, but I want to see what the budget looks like before I'm willing to agree to this. Again, this is a tight budget, folks. Every penny counts, and you think 25,000 isn't a lot in a $40, $50 million budget, $60 million budget, upwards of $90 million budget. It has an impact on some of our other decisions.
So I have a couple of questions. I agree with Select Board Member Piekarski on that statement. And I am all for giving your commission more teeth. I don't know how to do it, right? And I need some clarification on if, in fact, with respect to the church, I mean, it's right in front of us, we might as well, I'm just going to use that as my example. If, in fact, you got another opinion from another structural engineer, regardless of who pays for it, and that structural engineer says, this building is sound, it should not be torn down, what's the level, is there another level you can get to other than an imposing of a 12-month demo delay?
No, the most we can do is a 12-month demo delay.
Right.
Which is the argument really for not necessarily commissioning a second, but to look at what's in front of us and see if it's as above board as we would like it to be. And I think, there's been a lot of discussion about the West Baptist Church and as committee members and as volunteers, that we look at everything and do spend a lot of time looking at those things. The best we could do and the most protection we could provide it was a 12-month demo delay. And the hope is, again, in that circumstance, and as we said to Ms. Vieira on the night of the hearing, is if there's a way that you could preserve the steeple or preserve the front facade, you're welcome to come back to us and we can work with you and remove the demo delay if that's a possibility. So that's always a possibility with us. But that 12 months, we don't have a $500,000 fund sitting behind us to buy a house and move it. Probably the one example I can share that happened in this last year was Church Kennedy had come before us. There was a house next to the back office associates building. The Nickersons actually, during the demo delay period, were able to buy that house and move that. So that 12 months gave people the opportunity to try and work out a private agreement to save that structure. I'm happy to say they've saved the structure, they've moved it and are renovating it. That's what that 12-month delay was originally intended for. We just don't have the town funds to be able to do those things, and nor do I foresee us having the town funds to do those things when we have a sewer project and we have affordable housing projects and we have other valid expenditures on a very tight, very high budget. So that was the impetus behind the extra 6 months.
And I thought so, but I'm referring more to the budget of, our budget absorbing another $25,000. So it seems to me, and maybe I'm just not hearing it right or framing it right in my mind, but it seems to me like what you're saying is you would be seeking confirmation of what the applicant is telling you versus finding out that the applicant is not giving you truthful, honest, and thoughtful answers, because there really isn't anything you can do differently if, in fact, they're not being transparent with
So
you.
if I'm looking at a structural engineering report and I'm not seeing what I think I need to see, then I would request for an assist from someone,
Sure.
whether it's town staff or whether it is VHB or a historic preservation architect, to say, is this really, we're talking about Brooks Academy Museum. We're talking about a major building, a major structure that's one of the keys in the historic district. Yeah, we might want something else there because, a contractor's telling us one thing, and it's town contractors telling us one thing, and we're not really sure.
So
right?
that's a
So-
town asset, though.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
But I can liken it to one of the other churches or one of the other.
Absolutely, but I would prefer that the taxpayers don't pay for
Agreed.
the outside, even if it's VHB, there's still a cost to that to the town.
So they're providing that to us anyway, right? The applicant's always providing us something. But there are technical points that, as volunteers, I admit it freely, I'm an attorney, not an engineer, and certainly not a structural engineer. So there are points that, on building materials and what can be done to fix something or to shore something up, that I might need another professional to be able to say, hey, no, it's not as complicated as they're making it out to be. And it's really just a staff report.
A lot of hands going around here. I'm going to go with Don first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and in all deference to what you just brought up, there's a major difference between that one project that's in front of them and other people's houses. We're complicit in this. We have based our contract requirements on certain things including whether or not that building should be preserved or not. And there's no way for us to ascertain whether it should be maintained in its current state or torn down unless we have a mechanism for you to challenge the order or the engineering report that you get. The difference is that for a moment, we will be in possession of that building. And we need to be able to make an informed decision. The only way to do that is if somebody, and I would suggest that's the HDHC, has the ability to say, whoa, hold on a second, we've got some money, we're going to check this ourselves. Because a number of consequential things happen then, not just public opinion, but also whether or not they're in conformance with our own requirements.
So I'll just, before I go to the other two requests, I'll state that in that particular case, I would support the town being part of getting a second engineering report. But if it was someone's private residence and the town had to pay anything for the applicant to get something they're looking to get, I'm not in support of that, and I couldn't vote for that.
Well, I'd say one thing, right? If the Davenport companies aren't able to fund the structural engineering report, none of us can.
That's correct.
So I mean, I see that, and really, we also have to keep in mind that our end result is really only the 12 months, or hopefully the 18 months after town meeting. But there is still some value in having us have a staff report or something done on our own behalf with our own interests at the forefront to be able to have some confidence in what we're looking at. And that's really what we're asking
Understood.
for.
Joe?
Nothing more than that.
Joe?
None of what you've said and talked about is what would happen.
Okay.
You're talking about $25,000 to a committee that does not have the authority or the ability to procure. So if you want to add it to the budget, it should be added somewhere where administration has span of control over it. It does no good to give it to the HDHC, who may meet monthly or more than beyond a month, where they would then have to vote, direct the use of the funds. There's no streamlining going on here. But if the conversation is about augmenting the operating budget, and the simplest mechanism is administration, for other professional technical services, to add $25,000 for professional technical services in support of the district, HDHC, that's a whole different ballgame. But if you're gonna give the money to the committee under the operating budget, you cannot give them the ability to do procurement.
And that's why you asked for clarification on the motion?
Correct.
Correct.
When it originally said the budget, it's
Right.
very benign. So the specificity is a problem.
Julie?
So I just, and for clarification, to build off what Don said, is that, you know, this is a different situation. This is a situation that HDHC finds himself in because this board made a decision in an agreement and a P&S with a certain type of structural report that specifically said the person had not been inside. So this has been put on HDHC, in my opinion. So, I mean, I think these are unusual circumstances. We're not really talking about every time they've got a demo delay in front of them. We're talking about unusual circumstances, and in this one, the town is involved.
Don? Oh, sorry, Mary, please.
If I may, through you,
Please, absolutely.
to the town administrator, if when I'm looking at the agenda, before the agenda gets posted, and I see something that is concerning, or that I think we needs a second look, are we okay, just procedurally, am I reaching out to your staff and to you to ask for an assist in that regard, kind of before our meeting? Because that's, the timing is just what I'm trying to wrap my head around, as opposed to being at a meeting.
Sure, I'm hoping to respond, but also continue on what I was going to say before I lost the chair.
Sorry.
I lost the floor.
Sorry.
Excuse me.
You have both.
You're talking about a $25,000 augmentation for, quote, administrative purposes for a committee. As I've heard it, we're talking about a specific scenario, which is not how we bureaucrats, us policy wonk, boring people look at it. I'm looking at the fiscal year 2026 budget, having an additional $25,000 to support analyses for the town that may benefit the HDHC, but that $25,000 is not automatically a vendor. It's not a sitting on the shelf waiting.
Right.
So if you're contemplating a scenario by which, and I think we can really get into it under governance and the demo delay, because if that's what we're talking about. So we're not really talking about administrative expenses. We're talking about administrative expenses that relate to demolition delay. Is that correct?
I think it's a little bit more. I think they've, for example, Mr. Doan is very interested in us looking at a preservation award annually for people. Would we be able to use administrative funds to
One would
buy a
argue
plaque?
no. There's a
right?
petitioned article that talks about a historic preservation award. That wouldn't be an administrative cost, but if you're talking about $25,000 for administrative costs and we can't define it, that's a bigger problem. Again, what I'm trying to urge the board to do is if you're looking to assist a committee that does not have direct staff,
Correct.
so there's not an automatic opportunity for staff reports, that has to be a vendor. This may pay for portions of a report. It may pay for one report. We don't know the extent of it. But if you're simply going to keep it under HDHC, your stated goal of streamlining has been circumvented. I'm not trying to argue to any of the merits, other than to say if the board, as a majority, wants to add $25,000 more to the budget, the most sensible place is to put it under staff that does the procurement anyway.
Thank you. Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking for the defense,
I'm not trying to pick a fight.
Too late.
there is a major logic problem with that. I served in the federal government as a senior contracting officer. I had unlimited signature authority, and I can't tell you that anybody ever gave me money and said, go out and look to see if you want to spend it on a contract somewhere. It's driven by specs or by requests. And we're not in a position to actually know what that request would be without the HDHC expressing that. And if we put it just in an administrative area, I could see this becoming a sloggy bureaucratic thing where it would take months to be able to come to an agreement between the committee and the organization. I'm thinking that the model is the Affordable Housing Trust. They have the ability, as long as they conform to 30B, to not go through our procurement, but they do go through our procurement, but it's at their request for what it is they're asking for. And I think that that's really where the funding source should be with you, and the request should be to the contracting office to do something to actually make that happen.
Right, but the commission can't act except as an entire commission at a meeting.
True.
Right? And we're not a contracting authority for the town, so that's you folks through your town administrator. So from the practical standpoint, anything that we ask to be done has to get funneled through administration because we have no other, unless you give it to the building inspector and say the building inspector could authorize it because we come under community development, or Megan could because it comes under community development. I don't know what other mechanism it would be.
But all of which ties back to the town administrator. Sorry, there you go.
But I don't know that you're following me here. There is no way the contracting office can divine what it is you want to have happen. So it has to start with you in the first place. And if the funding is vested there and you know that you don't have the authority under 30B to be able to procure anything absent talking to them, I still feel more comfortable with the money tethered to your recommendation, like the Housing Trust has.
So my argument would be to that, I think as the chair creating the agenda, I think you can look at an application and say something's coming before us and we need a little more information. No different than, again, the town planner does for a planning board.
But you would have to go asking for that, as
Yes.
opposed to being able to
Which
say,
was-
by vote of our committee, we are now requesting an RFP because that's our position.
So I don't know that we wouldn't ever get to an RFP because it's $25,000 and we're not there. So we're looking for small asks that I don't think are going to rise to that kind of a level of a procurement.
All I'm saying is that there's a difference between the bureaucracy that's being populating the offices in town hall day in and day out, and the actual regulatory body that would need to take an action here. So there's no way I can contemplate a contracting officer saying, I think I should put out something today for a demolition delay. That's never going to happen. It won't happen.
So I guess I disagree. I would, subject to the opinion of council, I would think that as a chair preparing the agenda for a monthly meeting, I could ask for some advice from staff or advice from an engineer that may have to go through administration for that to get accomplished before.
Advice is different from approval of. Because if the money stays vested here, you'd be asking for them to release some money for you. But that's just a fact. I'm not changing the motion. Julie?
Just to follow up, and not to go 360, but I am. I mean, I understand why you're saying it makes more sense to put it in the line item. I totally understand that based on all this discussion. But in terms of dedicating the money, is it better off in an article? Is there any way, shape, or form it's better off secluded in its own article,
Yes.
right? So
I don't know who you've asked, I know who's answering.
I'm asking you.
There are pros and cons to both. This originally started in the format that administration was aware of. We now understand that that's changed completely. We're using a nebulous term of administrative expenses. For what? If it's not staff-related, it's procurement, it's vended, it's a vendor.
Well, can I have a follow-up
Sure,
question?
absolutely. I'm going to get more water eventually.
Oh, yeah, sure.
My follow-up is through you. Can you dedicate this 25,000 under community development with an HDC subline? No?
Technically, yes, but it's under community development. The contracting officer, so-called,
Is going
is
to
me,
get it. Yeah.
the bureaucrat.
All right.
It all comes back to you.
Correct, and that's how your charter and your system have been built.
So I think we need to do it. I think we need to do it in the cleanest way to move it forward. I think you need to be able to put in writing what you need from administration, and I think that that solves it. That and there's also a tape of this whole conversation.
There is a difference, by the way.
Well, I would think we're not going to be talking about $25,000 worth of procurement
Right.
in the first place. I think we're going to be talking 3 quotes to have an hour or 2 hours of somebody's time to look at a report and draft a memo. That's what I foresee as the most.
Quite possible.
So I don't know that it's going to be that. Do I hope there's $25,000 available? Yes, I also understand the budget process. So, you know, we're trying to fix a slight problem that we think we can by having a little bit of funds there and available to us.
You already have some funds. Well, how much, do they have a bank to start?
Do you have a bank, so-called, to start?
You have some
I have
funds,
been the chair since
administrative funds?
2017, and the first I learned that we had any money in an account was when we paid for the last iteration of chairs in the small hearing room. So
So you don't know how much you
we
actually,
have money for advertising and for publication.
okay.
and-
Done?
and
I'm
that's
sure they
about it.
weren't historic chairs, by the way, but let's move on. There is a substantive difference. If it goes in an article and it's not spent, unless we sweep it, it stays there for that purpose beyond the year. In the budget, if it doesn't get used, it goes to free cash the next year.
Thank you. Do you want to respond? You look like you want to respond.
Those are facts that I would support.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion.
If I may, notwithstanding that administration's recommendation, is that if you're looking to do this, you put the $25,000 in a line item that the town can rely upon with guidance from the district, historic district, that would not be their nominal advertising line item.
However, as I've heard it, that is not the motion or the second that's on the table as we speak.
As I understood the clarification.
Excellent. So we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
I thought it was. I thought
It
it was
was
in the
my
budget.
That was for the budget, and if you want to change it,
It was in the budget.
their budget, though, for them. Correct. It is not in the budget.
My
It
notes
is-
originally said in budget, I asked for clarification.
That's right.
Perfect.
if
Put
that
it
makes
in there.
everybody happier, I withdraw the motion.
And
We
I
can
withdraw my second.
recast it as
You do
I'd
it.
like to.
I would love to hear a recast.
I moved to place, accept, and adopt an article that would fund, for the purposes outlined by the HDHC, $25,000 relative to it administrative expenses, so-called.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And any other discussion? Michael, anything from you?
Yes.
Sato.
Not to extend this, and hopefully Joe can answer it in one sentence. When Conservation Commission has legal issues, how do they deal with it?
They request legal services.
Do they have, or do they use an administrative budget line item?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Do they have their own budget for that, or do they use an administrative line item budget to get their legal opinions?
Oh, I apologize in advance. The answer is Conservation asks for legal services that have to be approved by administration. The funding for that could come from Conservation and/or the town, and/or administration. But.
Thank you.
Yep, to answer the question, it still comes through administration.
You answered it, and I think that we're way overcomplicating this, but that will reflect in my vote. Thank you.
Okay. Moved and seconded. No more discussion. All in favor? Pete? No. Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
I'm a no.
And I'm a no. 2-3.
I thank you anyway.
Thank you, Mary.
But don't leave.
Nope, we got the second.
Yeah. Joe, could we take, well, Mary's here, could we take the demo delay out of order?
Absolutely.
I can wait, we don't-
Mercifully.
What we're talking about is item, what was originally called G7, which is amend the general bylaw, chapter 131, relative to demolition delay. So in your packet, it appears under the governance.
Governance, and yes, page 53 of the packet. Mary, if you want to speak to this.
Sure. So as I had mentioned before, thank you, we have looked for years to make some positive changes to the demo delay bylaw. We right now are under a 12-month demolition delay as the maximum that we can impose on any demolition that comes before us. We have repeatedly found that the 12 months on a demo delay does not provide any incentive for applicants and for builders to work with the HDHC. So on occasion, we might have a building in the campground that somebody wants to demolish by 100%. The 12 months, what we have found, because we've been told this by builders and architects, is that the 12 months really just falls into their regular permitting. So if they don't want to work with the board on what is going back in the place of the building that's being demolished, they can just wait out the 12 months. That's the most we can do, is make them wait. The board is hopeful that by adding 6 months to that, it might provide a little more incentive for some applicants and architects to work with us on what's being replaced. So for an example, many local architects have been great, and if applicants have watched our meetings of the last 4 or 5 years, they will see that we work with applicants on a regular basis on what's going back in its place. So, for example, there was one building, it was a cape on Bank Street that was under a full request for a full demolition. The board had asked for some of the aesthetics of the original house to be included in what was being replaced and what the new house was being built, so we might lose a little to size and scale, but we still had many of the same aesthetics of the original half cape or the original full cape that was there. So it's really the only other tool we have in the toolbox with the demo delay is we have the time frame and the ability to remove that time frame if applicants are willing to do something different with what's coming before us. If somebody wants to put in a modern building in the middle of the campground and they want to wait out the 12 months, right now there's nothing we can do about it. They can do it. The only place we have the ability to really discuss aesthetics other than during a demo delay period is right here in the historic district. Other than that, planning and zoning and historic, in replacing the historic houses, the only other place for aesthetics is during that kind of demolition delay period. And we have had some successes particularly in the campgrounds where, again, while we're losing some scale on the buildings, they're being built higher, they're being built bigger. we are at least getting some of the same roof pitches and some of the same, window dormers or a similar look to a porch that's going back on a newer building. So the hope was that with the 18 months, it would provide a little more incentive for some applicants to work with us on what's going to go in place of the 100-year-old building. So that was really the impetus behind it. And it's kind of a simple change to a bylaw without doing a full rework of what's existing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll go to the board for questions. Michael, I'll start with you up there.
I have no questions on this at all.
Okay. Any other board member? I'd entertain a motion.
I move that we approve amending,
Did we
adopt-
place this?
place adopted.
Sorry, Joe.
I apologize. In your tracking sheet,
Yeah,
the note indicates that there was a vote to not place. So if you're looking to place, I would argue that you first have to reconsider.
And I was part of that momentum, so I make a motion that we consider the previous vote, reconsider.
reconsider. Okay.
Moved and seconded on reconsideration of the previous vote. Any discussion? All in favor? Pete? Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
No.
I'm an aye, 4-1.
Okay, so we can move forward with
Place.
placing.
Start with that.
I move that we place the article later to be, yes, Joe.
Demolition
apologize.
delay.
I'm so sorry, Joe.
Demolition delay.
Please, Joe.
Typically, your actions have been to accept and adopt and place. Are you just
I'm happy to do all, but
I'm
That's
saying that
fine.
your protocol in the past has been to do that. Accept, adopt, and place.
Place, accept, and adopt.
place, accept, and adopt the general bylaw, Chapter 131, relative to demolition delay, to change it to 18 months versus 1 year.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
No.
I'm an aye, 4-1.
Thank you. We'll see what town meeting thinks. Appreciate it.
Yes, we will. So that was place, adopt,
Place, accept,
place,
accept, and adopt.
accept, and adopt.
It will, however, be shared with council.
Right.
It is very straightforward. I don't expect any changes. Obviously, if there's anything substantive, I bring it back for your consideration.
Yep, thank you. Now we go
Mr. Chair, if I
backwards.
could, going back, now you're going to be looking at fund prior years unpaid bills. Again, this has not yet gone to council. However, staff has done the upfront work of finding out from everybody, were there any bills that had been left over from the prior fiscal year? We don't always do this, but we've had to the last few years. So you can see that this is the full anticipation of what would come before town meeting. 3 bills that need to be paid for from prior years. And if memory serves correctly, under our voting structure, prior year unpaid bills require a 9/10 vote, which would be reflected in the article itself.
Joe, where is this one on the grid, if you don't mind?
Sure, this is F13.
I see. Oh, yes, thank you. So we need to place, accept, and adopt on this one.
I'm happy to make the motion.
Love you to.
All right, I move that we fund the prior year, I have to go to the whole article. Do you have a pull?
I do.
I move that we fund prior year's unpaid bills in the amount of $1,045, unless you need me to break it out.
No, they would be place, accept, and adopt.
Place, accept, and adopt.
Thank you.
Second, at least for discussion purposes.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Pete?
Why the hell are we still buying them in low?
That was my
You
question.
can look online.
Of all the questions I was anticipating, that wasn't one of them. I believe what that may get to is either using the Globe for job advertisements or perhaps legal advertisements. I don't anticipate that it's subscriptions in any way, shape, or form, but we can do more research and get back to you if you require that.
Require, no, but I have an interest, of course, because, again, that's what I do for $1,000, but I don't want to really waste anybody's time, but I'd love to have a better understanding of.
So typically, the explanation would cover all of that, so I can work on an explanation if you want to hold, or if you
I'm
want to
ready to
place,
move forward.
and
I'm ready to
you'll
move
get the
forward.
explanation.
$1,000, I'm ready to move forward.
Moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye. 5-0. Excellent.
Move we adjourn.
Next is item F15, which is rescind Article 19 from the 2024 Annual Town Meeting. Technically speaking, this request came to me from the Finance Director, but I know it was in consultation with the Board of Water Wastewater Commissioners. Certainly recommend the language that's been vetted by Finance, has not been vetted by Council yet, but I will yield to the gentle person to explain the purpose. Having said that, administration supports the adoption of it.
F what?
F15.
15. Hi, Noreen.
Hi, Noreen Donahue, Board of Water Wastewater Commissioners. I'm here to request a change in the amount stated in this article, in the amount that we would like to transfer from our retained earnings fund for this project. The amount of $400,000 referenced in the explanation of this article and in the next article should be changed to $600,000. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the town administrator. Joe, we just confirmed that, as you know, we had a meeting a while back, Jason did, with the finance director, and an email has been sent up to Ed Spellman along with Megan and Megan, but it was late this afternoon.
No objection whatsoever, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Noreen. Can I get a motion?
Sure. I move that we place, adopt, and accept the rescinding of Article 19 as voted at the 2024 Annual Town Meeting and replace it with $400,000 to be transferred.
No, 600.
600, excuse me, 600,000 to be transferred.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, if I could.
Sure.
I understand the 400 now, 600,000 in the explanation, but we have a subsequent article to approve the 600,000.
Right, that's why I referenced the 400,000.
So
You'd rescind.
Yeah.
I don't know what the explanation, sorry. I'm not sure the explanation needs to include that, but I defer to the town administrator.
I would agree with that. The purpose of this article, Article F15 right now, is to rescind
Rescind.
the borrowing.
Right.
There is a companion article that has not been finalized yet
So 0, 0.
that will then, rather than borrow, use retained earnings for the purpose. The first thing we have to do is rescind the borrow.
So the motion of place, adopt, and accept on the rescinding, but it's to rescind 1.75 million.
Right, and it's really, you don't even have to reference that, it's
Okay.
the rescission of the article.
All right, perfect. So that's my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye.
And thank you,
Sorry. 5-0. Thank you, Noreen.
So for this evening, that concludes outstanding financial articles. Then continuing on, we have perspective.
Can I interrupt you, sorry?
Sure.
Are we doing the following article about 600,000?
So I don't have a version of that in my packet,
Oh, you
if you
don't?
folks do, I
Well, we
say
have it for 4, but I'm
keep
willing to wait
going.
on it.
The dollar amount will be for 600,000? I don't have it in my packet.
It says 400,
F16?
the transfer of funds.
We're requesting that, in lieu of the borrowing of $750,000, instead
49.
we'd like to transfer $600,000 from our retained earnings account to complete the funds needed for painting the Pleasant Lake water tank.
Okay. So we just,
$600,000 is the amount we'd like to transfer from our retained earnings account
To
to
this
this
one.
project.
So that's page 49 for us.
okay. So we have 400, but I can make a motion with 600.
We are requesting to change it to $600,000.
Correct.
So I'll go, I'll
Please.
make the motion.
Please.
I move that we didn't place it, all right, we haven't done
We have to
anything.
place,
Place, adopt, and accept the transfer of funds from water retained earnings to fund the Pleasant Lake Avenue Water Tank Paint Project in the amount of $600,000.
moved and seconded. Any discussion?
If I could quickly.
Yeah, please.
Maureen, how did it go from 1.2 million to 600,000?
Well,
Got a deal on some paint.
actually, it started off a few years back at 2.5 million.
Let's just keep waiting then.
Come from the right place.
It's plummeting.
And by looking into different methods through our prior water superintendent, we were able to find a method that was less costly than the traditional painting of that tank. And that had been quoted at 1.75 million. That was the article that passed last year in May at town meeting. We were in a good enough position at that time that we decided to put 1 million out of our retained earnings towards the project, and the town gave us authorization for the balance at the time, which was the $750,000. We're really hopeful that we might keep the construction costs under about $1.25 million. There have been some low bids coming in. This project will actually be bid in May. It will be done in the fall, and it's a project that only runs 6 to 8 weeks. So it's not multi-year. It's critical that we have all the funds in hand. Unfortunately, we just found out today that that 1.25 for construction that we were hoping for will more than likely fall at about 1.4 million. So between that, the engineering cost of 150, a little contingency since I lost my borrowing authorization, and anything that isn't used will go back to our enterprise fund at any rate. And it saves us $100,000 a year in interest.
All right, it's real money, thank you.
All right?
Moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, Pete?
Aye.
Don? Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0, Joe.
Thank you. Then I believe we progress to governance. The only one left now is the annual departmental revolving fund authorizations. This was placed by the select board. It has not yet been reviewed by council. I believe you may have some questions for me, and it may be why it's coming back tonight. So I can certainly answer any questions you may have on G7 revolving fund authorizations.
Thank you, Joe. Questions from the board?
I think we had asked for, and I'm not sure if it had come through, some prior year expenditures as far as total monies. I know there was an audit done in not too distant past, but looking for a summary of what was spent out of these accounts over the past year or two. The other thing I was looking for is the sources of the revenue for those accounts.
So then I believe you're having a discussion on March 17th?
March 17th.
Revolving funds?
Not on the revolving fund, specifically on the 204. It does not encapsulate all revolving funds.
It could. I can meet with the finance director tomorrow.
Sure.
To inquire about that overall concept. It may not be ready for the 10th, but it could be ready for the 17th.
Yeah, that would be fine.
So it's my understanding, you've already placed it, you just may not have taken any action in support.
Yeah, because we wanted, as far as the actual limits.
Yep.
Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, to the town administrator. I don't seem to recall, because this has been a pet peeve of mine for years now, about, where do the annual membership fees go in the golf course? And I was under the mistaken belief that the revolving fund for the golf course was for that, but it wasn't. It was for the pro shop. To my memory, have we ever had the golf infrastructure fund as a revolving fund? I thought it was just a special purpose fund that resided in the budget.
No, it's always been there, but that was my earlier recommendation, that we take it off. So that's a different article, because it's an amending the table, not setting the authorizations. But the second one listed has been there since inception. However, it's erroneous, in my opinion. It does not meet the definition of a strict revolving fund under the statute.
That's kind of
The
where I'm
receipt
going,
reserve.
because
But that's not what this article gets to. It would be a different article if we were going to do that.
No, I totally get that we need a follow-on article, but I'm just wondering why we would keep this here, because what fuels it? A revolving fund has to have something coming in, and we already know that the membership fees are going into that special purpose fund that we need another article for. So I'm not sure that it's, to Pete's question before about, dollar value thresholds in this, I'm not sure what we'd even use this for. So I'd kind of like to ask legal counsel to look into just excising that from the entire discussion and just taking it out of this.
So I've already had the conversations with both legal and with finance. I have no issue whatsoever about creating an amendment article that would strike that for that need and that purpose. However, what you only have right now is the annual requirement to set the spending authorization limits.
Yeah, but again, my question is, for everything else here, whether I agree with them or not, or how we do business by revolving funds or not, a revolving fund revolves. I mean, you get income going into it and you get expenses coming out of it, and I don't know what the infrastructure fund would be fueled by. I mean, because the money that we're talking about from the memberships are going into a special purpose fund, so they're not going there. What would go in there?
Well, that's to Pete's point of how do they get funded and what are the expenses of each one?
Yeah, and I don't think that this qualifies. I totally agree with the town administrator on this. It's like, I just don't recall ever seeing any funds going in there and coming out, so I don't see any point of even listing it in the recap.
Well, I don't have an answer for that, so do you want to?
Simple answer is that you've had this revolving fund chart for several years, if
Right.
not decades.
If we can get it out of there and free up $140,000 in the general
It would not be
fund.
G7, but it would be another G.
So that's,
Yeah, that's all I'm asking.
yeah. Joe, can we, okay,
Yep, already noted.
thank you. So do we want to wait on this one? Understood. Okay. And then the petitioned articles. I was just unclear why they were in here, because we're not,
Well, that might make two of us, believe it or not.
you know,
They're automatically placed.
they're automatically placed. I think, for clarity, we would then have to accept and adopt? Is that what we would do on each one?
Give an opinion on them.
Give an opinion on, which we punted on last week, so we can do it this week. Am I on the right track there, Joe?
Sure.
Okay.
You have petitioned articles in your
All right, so the first,
packet. You can do any actions that you conceive of.
first one is petition article, application of fertilizer. Can I get a motion?
Just a clarification, can we make a motion to accept and adopt and actually reject that as a 0.23 or 0.5?
Has to be a positive motion.
Yeah, I'm making a motion to accept and adopt and then voting against it.
So the petitioned articles are automatically placed by statute.
Yeah, but this is
The
accepted.
question really for the select board is going to be, what are your recommendations and positions? For example, if you look at the first one you have, petitioned article, application of fertilizer, the boilerplate language for all articles after the content, because that's derived directly by the petitioners, is whether or not the board is recommending acceptance of the article and adoption of the article.
Right.
So your standard is to accept and adopt. If the board doesn't want to accept it and adopt it, the roll call vote discussion with the select board discussion, that to accept and adopt is one of an array of options you have. It's a boilerplate that we carry over for the vast majority. So you could contemplate a select board vote that says to reject, to not support, to indefinitely postpone.
And that could be the motion to reject.
Correct. The accept and adopt is because we use that
Understood.
for just about every other article that's yours. So you're not bound by accepting and adopting.
That's what I was asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Sorry, it took me so long to get to that.
Someone want to make a motion on the fertilizer citizens petition?
Yeah, for reasons that I stated last week, Mr. Chair, because this goes way beyond home rule, I moved it not to support the petition article for application of fertilizer.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, Pete?
is to not accept.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0, to not accept and adopt. Next one is home rule petition pesticides.
I move that we do not accept and adopt.
Motion?
Second?
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor to not accept. Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Next is petitioned article charter commission.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept and adopt the proposed article Charter Commission. Any estimated cost of $125,000.
Moved and seconded? No, moved. No second yet. Do I have a second?
What, it was just, have we placed this one? I don't have the
It's a
chart.
petition article, it has to be placed.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
we're either
sorry.
up or down.
Yeah, all right, I'll second it.
We moved and seconded. Any discussion?
My only discussion is, I don't know where the extra $50,000 is coming from.
Well, can I, I'm with you, and I think I have an explanation on that.
Beautiful.
I think.
Be happy to hear.
So the petitioner stood before us last week and asked for, and read her petition article, and then mentioned that there's a fund that has $75,000 in it. And I believe the petitioner's words were, so this is really only asking for $50,000. But that is not how this reads.
The motion, either accepting, proposing this or not proposing it, would have to identify sources of funding.
Well, I understand that, and I understand that this also cannot be modified in any way, shape, or form, but I'm unclear as to, not that it matters, I guess, I'm unclear as what the petitioner's actually asking for.
$125,000, and the motion would have to identify from what source.
But at this point, I'm only aware of where the 75 is coming from.
That's right.
So, want me to-
So the petitioner has not asked for $50,000. She's asked for $125,000. I'm just very unclear as to what happens to that $75,000 if 50 of it goes, I just,
I'll remove my second. I think we need more.
Mr. Chair,
yes, Michael?
the 75,000 doesn't exist. That's a prior article, and unless we bring it forward to reappropriate, it doesn't exist. That was only her suggestion as the petitioner as to money that may be available. So right now, there is no money available.
So on the face, this is a $125,000 ask of town meeting.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I'm going to remove my second.
So the second has been removed.
Doesn't matter because there is no second.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you put the,
I made the motion, so I'm not going to withdraw it, but there's no support.
All right, so we have a motion now with no second. Is there?
Move along.
Okay, we'll move along.
Well,
Sorry. Pete.
yeah, move along is fine, except I think we want another discussion on this. Because again, the article is moving forward.
Correct.
So I want a better understanding of where the monies could come from. And I understand Michael's point. But that's, I think what Dawn was trying to say is the motion would have to include that as one of the funding sources. However, that has a maximum of 75 out of the 125 requested.
yeah.
So, and
Still
that's,
doesn't
again,
mention it.
it still would have to be approved, yet I understand that's the petitioner's thoughts on a piece of the funding source. I just don't have the information on the rest of the funding source.
Right.
And I guess I
Mr.
would,
Chair.
sorry, Michael, please?
Mr. Chair, in response to Pete's line of questioning here or thinking, there is no funding source. There also is no understanding to this board nor the town on what the $125,000 would even be used for. Now, I think legal was used and any and other resources, but nothing's been broken down to us. And given the fact that this could take 1 or 2 years, there's been no demonstration that they need any money yet. So I'm inclined to reject this just on its face and let it be argued at town meeting with an amendment to Article 4 and let town meeting decide if they want to add to Article 4 $125,000 or any denomination based on what the proponent to this article in the Charter Commission thinks they need the $125,000 for. But I would certainly make a motion if the board wanted to vote on something tonight to reject this and let them go to town meeting with an amendment to Article 4 or with some sort of funding source.
Thank you, Michael. So, okay, Don?
I beg to differ. I mean, it's already difficult enough to have a discussion about the budget without having to fling amendments to the budget on the town meeting floor. If you want to reject it, you can reject it. I'm not going to vote for that, but I mean, there's been a commission in the past, and I have to say this, and I know I've conveyed this to the chair, is like, the fact that there's even a charter commission petition that's on the ballot means that there's nearly 2,000 people who are clearly not exactly endorsing the way the government's been operating. So they have the right to ask for this money, and if they can identify where it's coming from. There was an assistance the last time there was a commission. I'm not sure really what they'd be able to do. They couldn't mail out anything. They couldn't spend any money at all unless there was some enabling mechanism. And the way to do that is not by amending the general budget on town meeting floor in real time.
Mr. Chair?
Please, Michael?
Just in response, because this is not the first time Select Board Member Howell has mentioned the 1,900 or 2,000 people. None of us know, and we will only know on town meeting floor and at the ballot, what they were presented with. Because I can tell you dozens of people that signed it because they were sick of being harassed at the grocery store while trying to pay for their groceries, or somebody saying that we simply need to amend a few things in the charter. So the selling point on this is the interesting piece to me, and the canvassing of our dump and the thing, which is by way of their right. But stop saying 2,000 people aren't happy with the way government are, because, Don, you of all people know that that's not exactly true, and that you're only endorsing this because of your friend that has pushed this article.
So we have a motion, no second. I'm sorry.
Just one more point of
Yeah.
clarification. As presented to us by the town clerk, it outlines that with or without appropriation, a sum of $5,000 needs to be allocated to the Charter Commission within 20 days of the election, should it pass. So I would just rather have us, identify a funding source in case it passes the election, that we're ready to provide them with the money.
And that's why I removed my second, is that I'm just looking for a little bit more info.
Right.
And if that's 75, sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Mr. Chair, there is no motion. I said I would make a motion. I did not make a motion.
Don has a motion on the floor.
No, I
don't.
But no, there's no second.
so it's
Right,
gone. It's
so
gone.
I'm just making sure, I'm just trying to go back in time here a little bit to give you clarity.
To select-
A year ago.
There is no motion.
Wave goodbye at it.
Would anybody like to make a motion?
To adjourn.
No, just. Yeah. Mr. Chair,
Please.
just to Selectman Pekarsky's, Select Board Member Pekarsky's comment, I'd like to understand how we're going to get from the delta from 5,000 required to the $125,000 ask, when we couldn't manage to spend $1 of $75,000, nor get any professional service to tell us there was anything wrong with our charter.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to rescind the special, rescind Article 2 from the 2022 special town meeting.
I had some question
Please.
on that. I can't recall if we've seen a legal.
We have, and legal, because it's in executive session, has
Oh,
not
that's right.
chosen to opine on this one at this point. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
I knew that there was something else in my brain, so.
okay, hearing no motion, we move on. Petition article, accept funds allocated for Great Sand Lake Sewer Extension. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Please.
Before we get to a motion, I'd like to correct a statement that was made during public comment and announcement at the beginning of this evening when they stated that we voted no to put this on the warrant. We did not vote to take any action, and we may have voted not to at that point, but it was pending further information. And my understanding is, I believe it's next week, you have GHD coming before us to answer some of the many questions that we had to formalize this project and to understand the actual cost of this project before we vote to put it on a town meeting warrant. Is that correct?
With respect to the article that the town will be putting forward, not in respect to this petition article, if that makes sense.
Okay, my apologies, forgot we were on petition articles.
This petition article is going to the voters. We now decide whether or not we support it or not.
I move that we reject the petition article relating to Great Sand Lakes.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Done?
Yeah, I just want to be clear about what's going on, because there's going to be various people that are taking different positions about the end point here. The intended use plan gets, as a draft, goes to the state. There's the Department of Environmental Protection and DOR go over this about the validity of each of the projects, and then they're put on a draft IUP. It doesn't work that we're just standing outside the building and with a bucket that we're waiting for the money to be accepted. We have to make a formal request, which is really what the second article should be, that we haven't actually discussed yet, for us to come up and fund, request a borrowing or whatever mechanism we're going to use to be able to go forward with the Great Sand Lakes. This does not in any way say that we're not supporting, from this point forward, anything to occur there. It's just not the right mechanism. So I tend to vote for the rejection myself, but we really have to have an article to replace it that does do what they want.
Well, I would agree with you 100%. I'd like to see our article move forward to town meetings.
Okay.
I'll put that on the record just so everybody understands it.
Just so everybody knows what's going on.
However, as I've stated to multiple people, what's very important to me is that the voters all over Harwich, whether you're in West Harwich, North Harwich, East Harwich, or Harwich Center, have all the necessary information prior to them having to cast their vote for potentially $31+ million. And that's all I'm interested in, is the full transparency of exactly what our article, if it gets placed, accepted, and adopted from the town side.
It's placed.
I'm sorry, accepted and adopted, thank you, what it all means. With respect to this petition article, we have a motion and a second, I believe, and now we're in discussion, so is there any more discussion on this petition article?
I would just like to ask the town administrator if he could expand on town council's opinion on this matter.
Sure.
Generally speaking, as prior speakers have said, this article as written, if adopted, does not compel the town to do anything. Furthermore, the town has, under F-17, the required language, which the board voted last week to not place, is my understanding. So when you want to come back to that, you have to vote to reconsider. But that is the mechanism by which the town would do the project. Specifically, what does not happen with the petitioned article, that does happen with the town's article, is it has to be written and reviewed by bond counsel, which it was. So this is a sentiment article, if you will. Accepting it does not compel the town in any way, shape, or form. Rejecting it does not stop the project per se, because there's another article.
Good.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please, Michael.
first, just thanks to Select Board Member Howell for clarifying, because I think that's important. Secondly, to the comment that was made about this project costing $31 million, therein lies one of the problems. We don't know what this project is going to cost the taxpayers and when, and we don't know if Chatham will accept said wastewater to Chatham. So two very important things to me. And the third question to GHD, just so everybody's aware of it, is this going to actually clean up the ponds? Because there'll be a separate cost of cleaning up the ponds. This will only stop what's going into the pond, if it's going into the pond. So there's many questions to be answered. And again, to a previous speaker during public comment announcement, putting out a lot of information that's not factual. And that, to me, is important, and thanks again to Don Howell for expressing why we wouldn't be voting this one.
Any more discussion? All in favor, Pete?
Aye.
And this is to not accept.
Reject.
To reject. Pete's an aye. Don?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, 5-0 to reject the article.
Mr. Chair,
Please?
if I could go back,
Absolutely.
I move to not support, place, or recommend petition article to rescind Article 2 from the 2022 special town meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion to not accept the 2022 special town meeting, correct? The rescind of the article, okay. And a second?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
having a problem with my packet right now. Could we just get a brief explanation of what this article is from the town administrator?
Absolutely. Joe?
Sure, the petitioner is asking, quote, under the explanation, to revoke authorization granted the Select Board by the passage of Article 2 of the 2022 annual town meeting to acquire a parcel of land presently owned by the First Baptist Church located at 62 Route 28, and then to dispose of the property to a developer who had expressed an interest in constructing approximately 14 units of workforce housing within the existing church building. End of sentence. It goes on, however, the ask of the article is to rescind a vote of town meeting.
Right.
Thank you, and that's enough for me. And has Select Board Member Pekarsky made a motion to reject?
I'll let you speak to that.
Yes, correct.
Yes, correct.
And has anyone seconded that motion?
No, not as of yet.
I second that motion.
Move seconded. Any discussion? Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my heart, I'm not sure that this is even legal myself because of legal counsel's opinion, but personally, I still feel that there needs to be some pressure in this area because this is the West Harwich Baptist Church, and the discussion's got to happen. So I'm not, even though I know that if it got passed, it doesn't have any real effect on anything, I'm not going to support the rejection of it outright.
Fair enough. Any other discussion? All in favor? Jim? Oh, sorry, Michael?
And my only discussion is, as previously mentioned, town negotiated in good faith, and this is an ask, and town council won't weigh in. It's going to go through its course anyway. The discussion about political pressure should never play into a legal binding agreement.
Thank you, Michael. Julie?
So in terms of my clarification and the reason I'm voting, because I understand legal counsel's opinion on this, but I also am the board member who said it was a non-responsive bid to the RFP, so I think an open discussion in town meeting is warranted.
All in favor? Pete?
Aye. Gotta remember what the hell I made a motion.
I gotta tell you, your luck when I called on you said that whole thing right there.
It was about an hour ago.
It was, about 40 minutes ago. So this is to reject the rescinding of this petition article.
Seldom do I make a motion, that's
For a double negative.
right.
So that's an aye for Pete. Don?
No.
Julie?
No.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, 3-2. Next is to accept funds allocated. Okay, not that one, we're going forward. Next is to hire a tree warden.
Mr. Chair,
Please?
I move that we reject.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
I would just, I would argue against this petition article and look for the support of the board to reject this request. Number one, it's a budget item in a year that every budget line item matters, and to Selectman Pekarsky's points earlier about it only being $25,000, that applies here as well. And I would say our DPW director does an excellent job. The arguments made by the petitioner are generally a one-sided opinion. With no basis of facts. So when our DPW director needs an arborist, he hires one. We are doing everything that we can do to protect what we can protect, and the few cases that have been brought forward by this, I just personally don't see them. So I think we should reject this article.
Moved and seconded. No more Pete?
The only thing I'll add is council also opined that this is non-binding.
It's non-binding, and vote of town meeting cannot compel the select board to spend money. So All in favor? Pete, to reject.
Aye.
Don?
No.
Julie?
No.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, 3-2. Last, well, no, sorry, not last. Next is the tree preservation bylaw. Do I have a motion?
Motion to reject.
Mr. Chair,
Motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded.
second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor to reject? Pete?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye, 5-0. Scroll here. And the last one, sorry, and the next one. I do not have the ban.
I don't have anything after P7 for
Right.
this evening.
So can we bring that back next week?
Sure.
Yes.
I believe on P8, we're waiting to get language from the petitioner,
P8.
as you referred, as you called it, ban the ban.
So we're waiting from the petitioner for some
That was
language?
my understanding.
Okay.
And I'm not sure of the status of P9 either. I can work with the team on that.
Where's P9? Establish Historic Preservation Award. Yeah, so if we could just look into those two and bring them back next week, that would be
So,
great.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, to that point, there are any number of other articles that'll be coming back to you next week, or coming to you next week for adoption. The goal of the team and I is to get as much of these in front of you and then get them over to the Finance Committee for their recommendations and hopefully finalize the warrant within the month of March.
Thank you. Can I ask a question of you, Mr. Town Administrator?
Sure.
It's staring me in the face here, and we had the great discussion earlier with Emily and Mr. Ford, to fund electronic voting at town meetings. So we're going to have to modify that, and I think the board's going to have to determine whether or not we're asking funding for leasing or for purchasing, or how would that article be presented?
In many different ways. You could have an article that says, to see if the town will support the use of electronic voting at town meeting, or to see if the town will approve the use of electronic voting at town meeting, and further, to raise, appropriate, or transfer a sum of money for that purpose.
Okay, so maybe you and I can...
You could give guidance right now as to whether you want column A or column B as a team.
Yeah, I'll go to the board. Pete, do you have an opinion on that?
I want to go back to the two options.
So the first one is
It's like
just
to be the eye doctor.
to see if town meeting approves the use of electronic voting at town meeting, period. The second option is to see if the town approves the use of voting at town meeting and authorizes the appropriation for acquisition.
Yeah, then I'm option two, because the way I read it is they already approved it last year, but I understand. It was more of an exploration, but I think they're comfortable moving
Don?
forward.
I don't know, part of me feels like I'll take the option that gets everybody in this room out and home sooner. 2.
Julie?
I would go with that, too.
Michael?
2.
Option 2 for me as well.
Gotta have money involved.
Gotta have money involved. Agreed. Okay.
So then, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, what you'll get next week are other articles, such as original Article F9, which is going to talk about using or authorizing the use of clickers and buying them. However, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to use that concept of talking about F9 as an article to now have your discussion on how would you like the numbering to occur in the warrant. You've never used boilerplate or B1 before, so we'd be looking for regular numbers. What guidance does the board want to give me in building the warrant? In years past, you've talked about placing in various orders.
Guide away, board. Really.
All right.
I'd go with chronological. Does anybody have a preference?
No, I go with that, chronological.
I think there should be numbers.
Michael, thoughts, comments?
Mr. Chair, I thought, well, Mr. Chair's not there, but Pete, Acting Chair, thank you. Last year, I think the town administrator did a great job mixing up. I mean, our customary articles we kept where they were supposed to be. We mixed petition articles throughout the warrant, trying to keep it all from being the second night and late at night, given that that's the most debated issues. So I like the town administrator's approach last year in chronological.
Don?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I'd like, because I was the one who had this discussion, I think if we're going to be doing anything fundamental, that's a petition article, it shouldn't be sprinkled entirely. It should be when we know there's going to be the maximum number of people there, so I'm advocating once again to make those articles show up early in the meeting so that it's not just 100 people voting on it, that it does have a better reflection of what the citizens of Harwich want, so it should be earlier.
Julie?
Well, we only have, what do we have, like about 7 of them?
9.
Nine petition articles. Yeah, I don't have a problem with, we change, if you want to change them up to have a few more up front versus in the middle, but I thought it worked well last year.
But my point is not towards the end of the meeting. The petition articles, we had greater participation by greater numbers of people when they were earlier.
Then, let's make an effort to put them in for the first, half or three quarters of the meeting. Half. Put them in the first half of the meeting. I'm not opposed to that.
Yeah, how about, and I don't know what you did prior years, but Joe, how about you bring back to us a recommendation and we can take a look at it? Sure. With the concept that Michael and the others said of trying to put some of these petitions up front and sprinkle around.
As has been said in the day, as the kids say, I'll give it a whirl.
I like it.
Thank you for the guidance.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir?
Last week, I expressed opposition in accepting and adopting elected officials' salaries. And that was only because of a past comment that the town administrator had made about the numbers weren't complete yet. And looking at that, we normally go with whatever, for the town clerk specifically, whatever the personnel bylaw table reflects. Is there any reason we can't accept and adopt that tonight, even with last year's number, with the understanding that that's what we're looking at?
I don't see it in our packet for this evening, Michael, so I'll ask the town administrator. Best to bring it back next week?
Sure. Article F1, which, spoiler alert, is going to be Article 3, elected officials' salaries, surprise, is going to reflect the appropriate number for fiscal year '26, which is the equivalent of the personnel bylaw table as mentioned. So
Would that work for you, Michael? Bring it back next week?
Absolutely.
All right,
Thank you.
Can I ask
Please.
one question
Yeah,
on
sure.
the capital budget? We got the clarification from Martha, so we could place that, we placed it, but we didn't, I can't remember. I don't have the chart. I'm all the way at the
Yeah,
end
We'll
now.
bring we'll bring
Bring
whatever's
that one
not in the
back,
packet
Because
back
that was
next
the only
week.
thing we held off on, and then we got clarification,
Right.
so.
Okay, so the directive is for town administrator to bring back a recommendation on article placement next week. Great, thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Joe. New business? Can I get a motion?
Mr. Chair?
You've been here long enough.
I'm ready for town meeting.
Actually, I'm going to move you to the end of the agenda, so just.
Another manager by the time.
Yeah, right? Seriously.
Change my mind.
She's still here.
I got a good test,
You
right?
keep late hours anyway, though.
All right, Pete.
Mr. Chair, if I could, motion to approve a change of manager application for BLM Restaurant Group, Inc., DBA Lanyard Bar and Grill, 429 Route 28, new manager being Erin Kelly.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded twice. I will mention that the police department has no objection to the application for a liquor license change of manager to Erin M. Kelly. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Oh, Joe?
Just to add, Mr. Chairman, that no staff had issues, staff recommends.
Thank you for bringing that up as well. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Don? Aye. Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
Was it everything you thought it would be?
should have taken them, right up front.
Maybe. Although I could have a drink now. Got the
All right, next. Discussion on property modification at 23 Walder Road, South Harwich. I can kick this one off if everyone's okay with that. We brought this back after requesting legal counsel to weigh in. Legal counsel weighed in, and in your packet is legal's opinion. And, you know, I see this first, where this board needs to decide, first and foremost, whether or not we would support the reconstruction or I'm going to read it right here, reinstallation of stairs.
So moved.
Okay, so moved. Any discussion? Oh, sorry, I need a second. Sorry.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
If I could.
Please.
Obviously, we could throw this out to 6 different attorneys and potentially get 6 different responses. I wasn't necessarily looking for counsel to opine. The way I understand it, the property was donated for passive recreation purposes, and I can't imagine you donate a piece of beachfront property and exclude that from part of the passive recreation. And that's why I disagreed with council's initial opinion, and will support moving forward with this tonight.
Thank you, Pete. Any other discussion? Julie?
I'm fine with both opinions. They reach different conclusions. The only thing I want to make a point on is this really, other than us opining on where this goes, is it belongs in front of conservation, and that's who has jurisdiction.
Correct. Anyone else? Don?
Yeah, I'm just going to support what Julie just said, because ultimately, it's still unclear. I mean, there are conditions in the existing site. It's still unclear, because nobody can actually go back in time and ask the person who bequeathed this whether she did or didn't want the stairs removed in perpetuity. I have no idea, so I have to rest on the conditions that exist, and we're not in a position to make that call.
Right.
Richard?
Good evening, Richard Waystack, Harwich. In the legal opinion, there's one pertinent fact. In 1991, 5 years after this land was donated, the stairs were taken out by a storm. 1991, a previous board of your peers voted to replace those stairs, and they were replaced. And it's fine sending back to conservation, but I would ask you, as I did a couple of weeks ago, go down, look at Neil Road, and look at the seawall, the 100 feet of seawall that was just replaced. So the conditions of the coastal bank are frankly immaterial. They allowed 100 feet of new seawall and new stairs to be done. This is one set of 10 to 12 stairs. You have a legal opinion. You have previously replaced these stairs. The neighbors are all here. The neighbors are all on the screen. We're not going to prolong the meeting to have 20 people state what I'm stating now. Your legal opinion says they can be replaced, and they were replaced in 1991. They should be replaced again. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, do you want to add anything before I?
Mr. Chair, yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you, and to the previous speaker, thank you for saying that all 20 don't have to talk tonight. I know that this board has gotten, I would say, no less than 40 responses and support on replacing these stairs for many reasons, and as the previous speaker acknowledged. My only question, and I am a yes vote on replacing the stairs. My only question is, and it's probably going to be to the town administrator and the conservation, because I do agree with the select board member that stated that it needed to go before conservation. My only question is, who's going to pay for it and out of what budget, and who's going to be the applicant to the Conservation Commission? You know, they weighed in about not supporting and weighed in on the legal agreement. Our support goes a long way, but it only goes so far. We can't order them to do anything. So who is going to be the applicant and who is going to pay for the stairs are my only two questions.
Thank you, Michael. I'll go to Matt before I chime in.
Thank you. Matt Sutt from Harwich. May I approach?
Sure, of course.
I'm going to read the script, so I copied it 5 ways.
Excellent. Just take your time.
Have to memorize? It is a script.
Prior to reading it, I have a certain passion for this piece of land. My family once owned it. Certain passion for Josephine Jenkins for preserving it the way she did.
Bless you.
I remember as a kid, I doubt anybody else in here knows what she looks like, but I've ridden in her car with her. She's a very generous woman, obviously. She gave the town this land. She gave her house and a building lot to the hospital, Cape Cod Hospital. She's a good woman, obviously, thoughtful. And in her thinking, she had certain expectations of the town, I think. If you read the deed, the acceptance by the town, by the selectmen at the time, they had no problem with the deed. That the bathhouse presently situated on the property will be removed by the town, and that the property will forever be kept open and free of all structures of a permanent or temporary nature, except for a bicycle parking rack. And that was accepted by the selectmen of this town in 1986. So we can go along with the coulds and woulds and shoulds, but that's pretty straight language. And I take it as the select board at the time taking the responsibility to give Josephine Jenkins what she expected. And what she expected did not happen. The town did not remove the stairs, and the town did not build the bike rack. So the town didn't perform. She certainly performed. The town didn't perform. So if I may, Mr. Chair, members of the board. 3 or 4 months ago, I listened to Selectman McCaskill rail against KP Law's opinion. The opinion rendered by KP Law, later endorsed by Conscom, did not support a rebuild of stairs at the beach at 23 Walther Road. 2 weeks ago, there was an attempt at a vote on this matter. The vote was split 2-2, with the chairman postponing his vote pending his additional inquiry, presumably with both Conscom and legal. Tonight, buried on page 93 of the agenda packet, coming out of nowhere, is a second opinion about the stairway. It is not Ms. Quessel's reevaluation of her original opinion, as she states in it. Ms. Quessel is not the original lawyer opining on the Walther Road property. It is, rather, an attempt to align with certain board sentiment. How did this happen? Ms. Quessel spent a good deal of time in her second opinion, and that's in quotes because it wasn't her second opinion, opining on the 30-year rule. For those who do not know, some time back, the state, as a matter of public policy, extinguished certain conditions and reservations in private contracts, such as the word forever. I know much of this as I have been hurt in the past by the 30-year rule. Ms. Quessel then expounds on how the public is served by a public charitable trust. A public trust serves property handed over to a town rather than remaining in private hands. She goes at some length to support Josephine Jenkins' intentions in her deed to the town. The word forever is not extinguished under a public charitable trust. Thus, the property has no time constraints. Yet amazingly, citing particular reservations in the deed of gift to the town, Ms. Questle comes up with what can be called a neither fish nor fowl position, a cut the baby in half conclusion. She clearly wants to confuse the issue before us by introducing the question of reservations within the public charitable trust. So what's up with this? Apparently, it's an attempt to conflate two disparate legal notions for the benefit of those not satisfied with the original opinion. The killer proclamation in Ms. Questle's opinion, however, is to be found in the last paragraph, where she brings the 30-year rule inside the public charitable trust. Ms. Questle states that Josephine Jenkins did not expressly require the town to remove the stairs, as well as the boathouse. So it can be argued that the stairs were contemplated as necessary and therefore can be replaced. Anything can be argued with coulds, shoulds, and woulds. Better the facts found in the deed. And I thank you for listening to me. Oh, I'd like to, no, thank you, if you would. One last comment. My closing remark relates to the Harwich Board of Selectmen policy development document in the board's agenda packet. The donor expressly prohibited any and all such structures, permanent and temporary, with exception of a bike rack, signed KP Law. If gifts are accepted by the town of Harwich, then honor the gifts, along with the expectation of the donor that they be honored. The town owes Josephine Jenkins a bike rack. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
So, thank you, Matt, for your words, because one thing I want to say is, I understand the stairs have been there, and I understand Richard's comments about the fact that the town replaced them. I just want to say, for the public record, I have no problem with the stairs going back or not, but I do want to acknowledge the gift, and the gift was to the town. It was to the entire town. And so, ultimately, you know, if the stairs are going to go back per conservation, and they're going to be something that at least helps attempt to protect the bank, then that's what should happen to honor the gift, because the gift was to the entire town, and we don't want to send, or at least I don't want to send a message that the town will take your gift, but do what they want with the gift in the end. And I'm not an attorney, and I would not want to draft a deed of my own to protect my gift and have other people read into the deed. So that's where I stood on this, is attorneys are looking at a deed and assessing that deed. But I think it's very important that we remember it is a gift to the entire town of Harwich, and this board should be looking at it as such. And we have a coastal bank, understanding private property rights on the neighbor. I went down there, I looked, I saw it, beautiful spot, not trying to rain on anyone's beach parade, honest to God. But at the same token, I want people out there to know that if they're kind enough and generous enough to give the town a gift, we should respect that gift. So I hope that conservation can come to some conclusion that makes everybody happy, but I just feel like that needs to be said for the record.
Thank you, Julie. Anything else from the board?
Mr. Chair, I just need some clarification here, because this seems like a half hour ago we started here. Does what we're doing now send it back to conservation or not?
So if, this is my understanding, if we vote in favor to support, then the town would file an NOI with Concom to do what anybody else would have to do in a situation where conservation has jurisdiction, which they do.
So yes.
The answer is yes.
Thank you.
Sir, oh, I'm sorry, Joe?
For the record,
Yeah.
NOI meaning notice.
Notice of intent, I'm so sorry. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Stephen St. Thomas,
Thank you for being here.
22 Walford Road. So we were in residence in 1991, and the Hurricane Bob knocked the stairs down. Not really sure where they went, there's pieces everywhere. But the town came right away, and it was really terrific. I think by Labor Day, the stairs are back in place. We showed a lot of good faith and I think recent knowledge by the people in the town who were there when the gift was made on August 14th, 1986. this point, we're arguing about what a lawyer's opinion is, but it strains credulity, I think, to think that Mrs. Jenkins would have given that property and then, having had the opportunity to say, remove the stairs, but she didn't. She said only remove basically the bathhouse that was on the property. And I think as Mr. Wastack said earlier, it wouldn't make any sense to give the property, including the beach. The deed is very clear, it goes down to the waters of Nantucket Sound. To then somehow require that the stairs not be replaced when the hurricanes came and not be supported by the town. It just doesn't seem to make any sense. So I think a fair reading of the intent is that the stairs were part of the property, had more of a character of the land itself, and access to the beach was an important part of, and essential to her charitable gift, making it recreation for all the people in town. So, I mean, Mr. Wastack said it pretty clearly, but I just want you to know that, a lot of our neighbors and people who live in that area very much rely on the stairs. And in order to be safe and to protect the dune, I think you need the stairs there. I was down there this afternoon just to see what was going on, and they've done a nice job of restoring the dune, but there are footprints all over the dune now. People are walking up and down. It's not helping things. So I'd encourage the town and I recognize it's the Conservation Commission, but to move ahead with all available speed to try to preserve the dune and the safety of the use of it. So anyway.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Matt, I'll allow, I just would like to make sure I state that new information, please.
Well, this is new information.
Thank you.
For this group.
Right.
I certainly respect the gentleman having his opinion, and I accept that with the stairs there, everybody's gotten used to them, and nobody wants to lose something they've gotten used to. So I certainly understand it. However, factually, what you just heard is totally incorrect. I used to play as a kid under the cabana, which was attached to the stairs. And I won't reread the deed, but if you read the deed, if you remember what I said, which I'm sure you do, the deed says all structures. That would, of course, include the stairs. So it is what it is, and I guess it's whether or not we want to fully honor her expectation. And maybe we don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, just to wrap this up from my perspective, Mr. Stafford, I greatly appreciate your passion for this, and some other matters you bring before us, and I think, folks like you make us look at things in certain light that we may not, otherwise look. But on this particular issue, I struggle with this being your opinion. And no, I understand how you're interpreting the deed. Your interpretation of the deed. And that's how I'm gonna refer to this. It's your interpretation of it.
Well,
I have a different interpretation. And unfortunately, Ms. Jenkins isn't here to clarify it for us. And what I know factually is that those stairs were there up until about a year ago, or two, whenever they got destroyed the last time. So that's how I'm looking at this particular situation, and why I'm voting to try to move this forward and replace the stairs.
I appreciate your explaining your position, and you've certainly heard enough of mine. I just go back to the deed, and I don't think there's anything to parse there. It's pretty clear,
That's where
all
we disagree.
structure.
That's where we
Thank you. Thank you to you both for your comments. Don?
This is just a quick clarification. Is there any area of the roadways there, to Julie's point, that are currently designated as no parking?
There is no parking.
There's no parking in the whole area.
There's streets.
Oh, so,
Are there any of the streets designated as no parking?
I don't know. I think Bernadette may.
As I
Early.
wrote in my email to you, the street is half a mile long. There had been.
Bernadette, could you just state your name?
Bernadette Waystack.
We all know you, but we're gonna.
I know, sorry.
Thank you.
Missed that one, it's late.
Okay, yeah.
The street's half a mile long, and as I had said and acknowledged in my letter to the board, it means that unless you are able to walk or you are able to ride a bike, it is somewhat limited. But it is a town beach that is meant to be there for all of the town to enjoy, not just the people in the neighborhood. And there has been a bike rack there. And as many people have said, there has not been a bathhouse, but there had been the stairs despite the way the deed was written.
Thank you.
And that was exactly my point, is that it's, if there are stairs, they're for everyone.
Right.
So we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? I'm sorry, Michael. Sorry.
I apologize, not trying to prolong the conversation. I just want to put it in perspective to the people that are watching and the people that are trying to figure out what the debate is. And I know that you took the time to drive down there and walk across and look at the drop. What are we talking about? 4 stairs right now?
No, more than that.
It's I don't know, and I think
Yeah.
maybe 10 to 12. I think obviously an engineer, if they're going to be permanent, which is all in Concom's jurisdiction. So it's 10 to 12 stairs. It's a beautiful, beautiful spot, though. It's the first time I've ever been down there. It's spectacular.
I walk down and I will debate with you all night, but I won't. It's a lot less than 12 stairs.
Get your hammer and start building then, I guess. All right.
It's 12 if I'm using it.
Yeah, it's 13 if Don's using them. All right, so, any more, Michael? All right, hearing none. All in favor? Pete?
I was trying to find my hammer.
Sorry. Pete's an aye. Don?
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, 5-0. Okay, now on to the review of the draft housing production plan.
And it's listed as a final draft, it is not.
Where do you see that?
Right here. In the packet. It says HPP final draft.
Do you want me to sit here with you or not?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
It says everything that
We'll go into this together.
Good evening. State your name for the record, please.
Good evening, I'm Christine Flynn. I'm the Director of Planning and Community Development. Sorry, it's been a late night.
It's a little late. You want some coffee?
I'm Joyce McIntyre, I live in West Harwich. I'm the chair of the local planning committee.
Thank you both for being here. This is the next attempt to clarify a couple of points, bring some clarity to this document, and see if we can get it around the corner. So Michael, I'm gonna have you start, as you had a large hand in creating a lot of the great edits that have been put forward. So would you mind starting?
No problem, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. First and foremost, to Joyce and to Christine and the entire committee, thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns. And some of the concerns were not just my concerns, but they were concerns raised by Select Board Member Howell during public meetings. So I tried to address those concerns into my comments as well. I believe you've nailed it. I think you've done a great job. And Christine, thank you for the attempt at calling me many times today, but I was definitely not in cell phone range until tonight's meeting. So I had sent you a list of the last comments I made. And again, I can't express enough how much I appreciate the amount of work this committee has done, both with the board and trying to get this over the finish line, but mostly with the public and how many people you've engaged with. So hats off, my appreciation to the entire committee and both of you for everything that you've done and for listening to my concerns. Christine, as you're aware, my last concerns, there was only a few, and one of them is very simple, and it was line number 79, tax rate 664. my read, based on just questioning Mr. Waystack from the assessing department, is the tax rate's actually 5.91.
Yes,
I can do these individually, if you could address them individually so the board is aware. I think we can get to a vote quicker or a final draft quicker.
So we just got a thumbs up from Christine, I guess.
I got confirmation from the town administrator earlier today that the tax rate is $5.91.
Okay. So my comment and any motion that gets read tonight based on adjustments, or to Select Board Member Howell's, what he believes is the final draft coming in tonight, whether or not we got to come back next week with a final. That was question number one. Question number two is 218. Continue to work effectively with area nonprofit and for-profit developers who have been active in producing affordable housing to develop affordable or mixed income housing in line with local needs and priorities. My only comment is there's not many of those. So when I look at that statement, in my mind, that statement needs to be removed. So we need to work with everybody. We don't need to just work with who we've worked with in the past. And current maybe proposed or not proposed, or approved or not proposed 40B projects. I don't think that we need to add in here that we're going to take a statement and say everybody that's done affordable housing in the past, we need to say that we need to continue to work with them, because one project, in my mind, is not equivalent to the other project or the next project. So I think that statement really is any and all developers that want to work with mixed income housing in line with local needs is more the statement than picking previous people. And I'll wait for a response before I get on to the next.
Christine, please.
To your point, Board Member McCaskill, we agree with that. I would recommend maybe striking area nonprofits. The intention was not to limit this strategy to previous developers. This was really to encourage any developer that had a proven track record in developing affordable and attainable housing projects.
And I would just...
And for me...
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Michael.
And for me, any and all is fine. And any and all is a pretty broad definition. So without outlining past projects, if you're willing to change that, I would support it 100%.
I think that was said in the affirmative, the sentences in the plan, kind of what you're asking for here in the affirmative in different paragraphs. So I think that's a good catch, that we can just be consistent.
So, Michael, hold your thoughts for 1 second. I'm going to go to the rest of the board, because the first edit of tax rate, I think, is indisputable. And I just want to make sure that the board doesn't want to chime into each one of these as we go through, and give us their opinions as well, to come to a consensus on each one. So on number 218, does anyone else from the board want to give any input? Okay, moving on to 247, Michael.
And to the chair, why don't we dispatch number 79 as well? Does anyone have a problem with the tax rate?
I hear nothing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Second to me that was an issue was 247. It says better define local housing responsibilities, given that the missions of the Housing Committee and Affordable Housing Trust appear to be somewhat overlapping. Further discussion on better defining the respective roles and responsibilities of the entities is warranted, as well as potential of merging these entities. So my comment on that was remove, as Housing Trust is a separate entity voted by town meeting, and that the Housing Committee is advisory to the Board of Selectmen. This working together can be a change, and a change by the Board of Selectmen. So we as a board, through our advisory committee, can change the charge. Any board, anytime, can revise Housing Committee's charge. We cannot change the trust documents. So why leave that section of 247 in?
Christine?
We can remove that. I don't have an objection to that. I think for efficiency, we all recognize the importance of volunteers, and time is limited. So if there was any overlapping of responsibilities to consolidate both committees, but that was primarily the intention, just really identifying some efficiency. But to your point, I'm happy to remove this suggestion.
Any of the other board members? Sorry, Michael, go ahead.
And just to go on from that, and thank you, Christine, for that. Housing Trust was voted as a separate entity, basically, at town meeting. So, and there's no dispute of what the Housing Committee's charge is. We as a board, or the next board, or the next board, can change the charge of the Housing Committee. So there is no, in my mind, conversation about merging the Housing Committee with the Housing Trust. And if we were to do that, I would argue that it would be a town meeting decision to enter those. So why bother putting that in the housing production plan?
Thank you, Michael. Any other board members? And just for the record, I would support removing that myself. I think that, what's that? I said I would support it, and now certainly.
We have had that discussion. We've had that discussion several times, and the Housing Committee was advisory to us, including all projects that related to housing that might also include 120% AMI. The trust cannot do that. And we had Michael might remember this, we had a heavy discussion about this about 4 or 5 years ago about merging it, and we decided not to because they're disparate. They are not the same.
Thank you. So Christine, I believe you've, and Joyce have given thumbs up to removal of that.
Yes.
And then, Michael, your last one is number 308.
And not to go backwards, but thanks Select Board Member Howell for his accurate memory of what we discussed. And he knows the difference very well of advisory versus non-advisory. So I believe that the two organizations can work really well together and complement each other, but it should be separate and based on what the Board of Selectmen decides as its advisory committee. Moving on to 308, cluster housing. That's the only thing I wanted an explanation on is to the term of cluster housing.
Christine, please.
Number 308.
Yep. Thank you, Michael.
Cluster housing, the town has an open space cluster housing bylaw, and the intention of cluster housing is really to utilize land in subdivision development projects more efficiently to preserve open space and maybe position the building envelopes in a way that it's not eating up all of the open space. And some communities have now incentivized adding not only open space, but some type of housing restriction, whether it's attainable or affordable for within open space and housing cluster developments. So it's really just a more creative way to utilize subdivision, instead of the subdivision control law, you get to, as part of the subdivision control law, it's a more effective land use option.
Thank you, Christine. Any other questions, Michael?
No, I would defer to the board for 1 second because there was one other thing that said adopt inclusionary, and I'm missing the words, I got to go back to the document, adopt inclusionary zoning, and I thought we should say consider, because I don't want to put it into words that we're going to actually adopt something without going to the town and having meetings and knowing exactly what we're adopting. So I defer to the other members until I find that.
Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I live in a cluster subdivision. The intention of our bylaw was always to make everything more compact in order to aggregate green space. So this is a whole new use of that, and I would support what Michael's saying, is that we can look into that but actually get, I'd feel a little bit differently if this was the LCP, because those are deliverables. The county is going to look in DRIs at developments of regional impact and hold us to what we're saying there. This is kind of a whole different story. If there's language in there that says we'll explore, I think that's sufficient.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, through
Please,
you.
of course.
Would be happy to refine that to consider inclusionary zoning options for open
Mr.
space or cluster development.
Hold on, Michael. Julie?
So I just have one question that dawned on me as I was going through this, the revisions again, is then we have some new housing laws that were just introduced from the governor. So we'll have to make sure that we're going to reference those in any way, shape, or form, because that also includes some tiny housing. Is that accurate?
There are some notes in the packet, in the document that highlight what the governor has recently
Okay.
advocated. So
Right.
we have
So you've got
covered
all
that,
of it in
yes.
there? Okay, that was
So
my
the-
only question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Michael, did you want to say something else? Don, do you have more?
About
Whatever else you wanted to talk about.
Christine and I did spend some quality time over 2 days and roughly 2+ hours in the aggregate. It did not make it. I understand why, and the phone system unfortunately wouldn't allow me to contact you today. I was really explicit. I'm going to read them off. There's 3. And I really would, I'm sure you know what they are because I asked you to repeat them back to me because of the syntax involved. But if I could.
Absolutely.
I'm going to start with something because we were just talking about the governor and everything. Let's be fair about this. I mean, we've already spent an ungodly amount of money on something that doesn't actually get us anywhere other than the state approving our housing production plan. It's not a deliverable kind of plan, sadly. And we've already spent upwards to $250,000 on this in the LCP. So I'm inclined to support it, but these are the 3 things that I feel that we should have had in this, and I still believe in this. Prioritize scatter site housing and infill development close to services and transportation with, not smart growth, close to services and transportation as the town has successfully done for over 40 years. Because long before there was smart growth. I mean, there's Driftwood, we had a Harwich CDC back in the 80s. I mean, there was plenty of different movements, whether it was HESH, Habitat, or whatever. The one thing that I'm concerned about is this administration seems to feel like, well, let's just approve like 300 or 400 unit houses and call it a day. That is not a plan for Cape Cod. I mean, it is really, we were successful, and I can point out where we've been successful, and we should continue to do that. Whether we're going to repurpose buildings or build them, we shouldn't be looking to, go out and dig up virgin territory and building stuff. We did a lot of scatter site housing, 8 to 12 units here, 8 to 12 units there. I think that would fit in better. I know Michael has had that discussion too. We have 7 villages, 5 if you really want to dig deep into it. I'm adamant about that. I don't want to see, for the most part, our strategy involved in one village taking a hit for the whole town. And that's really where the Healy administration seems to be going with, especially with the MBTA stuff. It just doesn't fit in with us. The exception to that was the Marceline property, and that was specifically done because of where it was. Across the street from a bus station, next to a state highway, and the only major highway that goes all along this Cape, Route 6. So if you can't build something there with some sort of density, then you couldn't build anything anywhere ever, which I'm going to address. That's the first ask. The second is, I saw what happened with the water wastewater recommendation. My idea, as I expressed to you, was bigger. It had to do with infrastructure in general, not just water wastewater. It was noting the importance of minimizing the impacts on the town's infrastructure, particularly road, but also water and wastewater. The town is committed to identifying infrastructure deficiencies and making changes as appropriate. That's the exact language that I had given you. So that because when you do projects, you can get grants for road improvements that we can't otherwise secure. That really needs to be on a case-by-case basis, so that's why as appropriate was there, is that we can identify deficiencies, and we've already figured out that there's a whole bunch of roadways that are deficient. The question is, are we going to identify them and actually go after what's deficient about them and what we need to do to fix that in order to be able to fit something in that particular area? So making improvements as appropriate gives us, any board and any future town meeting action, the leeway to be able to pull that off. Because I would hate the infrastructure to be the constricting narrative that we would love to, but. So I said that, and I do recognize that you sent this to Time Bond and it didn't come back in time for the draft, so that's why I'm doing this. And finally, I've already said this, state funding is skewed towards large-scale rental housing, 40, 50, 80, 100 units. I'm just saying that just flat out. It doesn't have to be in the plan, but the game is rigged. I mean, and I've said this before, this HPP, the Housing Production Plan, we had one. We had one really early in the game before they were requiring them, in the early 2000s. And unlike the plan that we put out there that was specifically designed for this town, this is rigged. It's more like the state mandated MCAS test for affordable housing. They give you the template and you have to fill in the blanks for your town. And I'm a little frustrated. It has nothing to do with anything the committee did or you did. But like I said, the game is kind of fixed right now the way that they've set this up. We used to be able to come up with our own housing production plan that was tailored to our own needs, and that ship sailed. So specifically those first two ones, because what Michael said doesn't encompass that. The scatter site housing is not the same as infilling. And identifying infrastructure deficiencies and making, proposing changes as appropriate isn't in here anywhere. So.
And,
Please respond, yeah.
We are still working with the consultant to incorporate those last comments as well, to update that. And I apologize, I didn't, on the funding aspect, I did talk with Karen Sonnenberg, and we were both in agreement that, oftentimes there is, for funding, it is not, the state, it's not a one-size-fits-all, and we were in agreement that we did feel that a lot of the state funding for large rental housing really skews to larger development projects, and so we are working on language to address that a little bit, to address that better.
And I didn't think it was anything that you guys did. I understood exactly where this was coming from, but again, as someone who is the president of a board of a provider, I can tell you right now that there's a lot of decisions that are being made based on what the executive office or Liberal Communities or whatever is in the middle of that has rigged. You really can't get that money or HUD money unless you're in the game for 80 to 100 units, and that's not what Cape Cod is really trying to do. Maybe Hyannis, but this isn't based on population centers. It's based on all 15 towns having to respond to something that may or may not destroy the character of their communities.
Correct. And, the state did have several funding programs that were, their community to scale. Their community housing initiative to scale was also a very successful program for smaller rural and seasonal communities that you were able to do anywhere from 8 to 18 or 20 housing units per acre. And So a lot of that funding is no longer available, and it does make it a bit more challenging for smaller communities to do the smaller scale type developments.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a plan to change for that. I just wanted to inform the whole discussion that there isn't any money available for smaller stuff. Like, I don't care whether it's HAC or CDP or HESH or Habitat. They're not getting money from the state unless they're in the game for 60 to 80 units. And it was just a passing observation that they seem to have pulled out all the funding mechanisms for the smaller stuff.
I would agree with you. There are some, still some programs for the one-stop community that the Executive Office of Housing and Community Development, that smaller community, yes, that smaller communities are eligible for. But to your point, I think that there are some disadvantages for smaller and seasonal community, for rural and seasonal communities.
Thank you. I think everything you brought up was spot on as well. I'd support all of your input, and I thank you for doing it.
Give her some time, because we actually had agreed on language, but
of course.
unfortunately this came up and she wasn't able to get the language.
And that was that's entirely my responsibility. So.
If I may.
Please.
I appreciate, Selectman Howell, what you're saying, and I mean this in the most respectful way. I think the ideas, when you talk about, when we have, sentences in there over and over again of repurposing structures, though it may not be the specific 4 words you're looking for, I'm comfortable that the ideas and repurposing structures and village character, and we've said explicitly in the plan, integrating housing into the community and no one village, and there's specific language about, consistent with the community and the village that they're in. I agree with you. And and Christine's going to maybe get us to the 4 words you're looking for, but the ideas are here. And I agree with you. I think that more importantly, beyond me, the community agrees with you. So.
And I agree. The reason I parse the language is because there's a difference between infill and scatter site. And it needs to be recognized that we have done that in the past to great success. I remember bringing a consultant for the Housing Trust into Harwich, took them to Dennis, took them to Chatham, and when they got here, they said, wow, this place is really different. Where are we? I said, we're in Harwich, and I showed them a number of places that got fully integrated into the community because they were scatter site. I have a really great concern about not stigmatizing people who move into that area, where we put those people.
And I think the community, from all the visioning and all the interaction with the community, all those touch points that we've documented well, agrees with you. And we'll get the 4 words that you want in there, but I'm comfortable that, sitting here as a member of the community,
I'm sure it'll show
that
up. Like I
says
said,
that.
she and I had a
That
good
that
talk.
it says that. Yep, right on.
Thank you, Pete. Do you have anything you want to add?
I look forward to the final draft, the final draft.
Excellent. And I just want to thank you, because I know you flew in from Africa yesterday.
Yeah, my eyeballs in
Yeah.
the back there was not because things weren't interesting. I was just recharging.
It's a Herculean effort.
Yes, I was just recharging,
effort
so
for
I
you to
was
be here.
sharp.
Thank you for being here. And I guess I hear that we want to see the final. Can we expect that next week?
Yes, we can put that together, and absolutely, I'll follow up with.
When you have phones.
I'm going to go to Michael real quick. Michael?
Mr. Chair, thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank Don Howell for his comments, and I'm in 100% agreement in what he wants to add. The scatter housing, it's perfect. The last thing that I have, I think we're really close, and I really, given that Select Board Member Howell has had so much to do with housing over the last however many years he's been involved.
About 100.
But 100. So his comments matter, right? So he's done it, he's been there. His input tonight is second to none, and I wholeheartedly endorse what he's done. The last comment that I have is, I think solving to 10%, which has been an issue of mine from the very, very, very beginning, solving to 10% is a mistake. And I think that as we saw in a most recent project that's been delivered to the town and looking at the cost to the town, I think we really need to identify the projects that are in play and what the percentage may be, and the projects that have fallen off of the SHI list that are in current negotiations. Though they're projections, I think they matter. And to the state, I know what the state wants to solve to, but everybody has to recognize what the 1969 40B laws were written for. And it really relied to old mill buildings in cities that we have nothing to do with. We don't aspire to be Yarmouth. So I think if we, and nothing against Yarmouth, but we're not trying to just build housing. I think that I really think that we need to identify in writing, as a sentiment of the board, what we see Harwich as. And I think Don just said it best. We look at the 7 villages, we look at the density that we're trying to build in the 7 villages, and we look to why. We can explain that to the state. And if the state chooses to read it and chooses to understand it, fine. If the state just wants to go on their formula, then so be it. HAC, which is the state's #1 housing advocate at this point, just opened a $5.7 million office. So are we really going to advocate for what HAC wants for their $5.7 million office? No, that's not what I see, and that's not what my constituents see. We really, really need to focus on Harwich. And I think Select Board Member Howell defined it best tonight. We need to put in writing as to what we're doing, what's dropped off, what's most likely to come on, where we are in percentage, even if it's in parentheses, where we're going with housing. Because again, to a previous conversation, Affordable Housing Trust, they're doing an amazing job. We're moving forward on our 10%. Nothing says we have to be at 10%. We only have to work towards 10%. And if we're working toward 10% at a non-detriment to the town of Harwich, then that's what we should advocate for as a board, in my opinion. So I endorse Selectman Howell's comments tonight, and I would love to incorporate them, but I really want to see the section related to the SHI list show where we're at, where we're going, what's dropped off, what we're renegotiating for, and where we actually are, even if it's not an accepted percentage on the 10%. Because we're not sitting idle. We're moving forward, thankfully, to many, many, many people that are contributing to this. The Affordable Housing Trust giving the super highlight to this. But everything that's dropped off has not actually dropped off, because there's nothing that's showing us that they've actually dropped off and they're continuing to pay 100% taxes versus their 50% affordable rate. So wordsmithing where we're actually at versus what's on the table is very important to me. And then given my few comments tonight, Select Board Howell's comments, I will endorse this plan. If we can come back with a final draft next week, I will endorse it 100%.
Thank you, Michael. Richard?
Richard Waystack, Harwich, Chairman of your Board of Assessors. And 3 weeks ago at our meeting, we picked up the discussion of the SHI list and doing a study, which is going to take us probably 2 to 3 months to finish, that will show every property that is on the SHI list, how long it's been on, researching every deed, seeing if there was a sunset clause in any one of those deeds, looking at the development agreement that was done with the state to try to define exactly what the number is, to find who is still on the SHI list, to come up with the policy as a board that we will recommend to you for being subsidized by the town at what level. of 50% of the total value, 50% of the land value, 50% of the building value. But that is a project with 3 people on a staff that cannot be accomplished in less than 2 months. That will not be done in time to get into this particular plan. We could at some point put an amendment to it, but the bottom line is your assessing department and the staff are working diligently to come up with the full breadth of what the SHI list is, and we as a board will be coming back to you for our recommendation of how we subsidize affordable housing in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Don?
Yep, thank you. Christine and I did have that discussion, too.
Oh, boy. So, it never goes as...
Michael, just mute yourself if you don't mind. Thanks.
Yeah, thank
Go
you.
ahead, Don.
In all deference, because you didn't get to the place that we were landing on, is like the SHI list does include deed restrictions, but when it falls off, like Pine Oaks 2 has a HUD contract that mandates they only rent under 50%, and I asked Christine to go back to the state at some point and see, okay, does that still count against it, because they are restricted, they cannot rent to anyone over 50% AMI, which I think is an important part of the discussion that you didn't mention.
So if what I'm hearing is we can get this back next week with those edits, and then we can hopefully move this forward in support.
Yes.
Yes.
If I may, in terms of the SHI list, we do have project by project a number of units and where they are in terms of expiration for affordability. We have three pending projects that are either have expired or are due to expire, and the state just required all towns to respond to their biannual update of the state subsidized housing inventory. And I am working with our housing advocate to Selectman Howell's point, Select Board member Howell's point, that the affordability restrictions relative to Pine Oaks, they're still in existence, even though the units have expired back in 2023. And we are working to research what else has to be done to update those restrictions, if possible, and to renegotiate with Pine Oaks or Davenport Realty or some of the other potential projects.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Anything else from the board? Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your work, your effort, and staying current with the things that are changing at the state level while you're in real time authoring this document. So thank you very much.
They might be changing as we talk.
Well, they could be.
Thank you all for your time and support. We appreciate it.
And next on the agenda is discussion of the wastewater management consultant, which I think we should just punt for next week. What do you think? Come on up, Dan.
That was a good one.
Dan, good to see you.
Likewise.
State your name if you don't mind.
Dan Pelletier with Waterworks Consulting.
Thank you, Dan. And thank you for putting, for replying to our ad. And I will tell you briefly what the board wanted to do by, at least accomplish by bringing you here. We just need to work out the clarity of exactly how you see yourself fitting into this role. And the board can jump in at any time, obviously, but who do you report to? I know personally who I would like you to report solely to the select board. But how do you feel you're going to work your way into this position?
Yeah, I mean, at risk of oversimplifying it.
No, please.
While I was employed here, I wasn't per se directed to champion wastewater efforts. They did kind of fall into my lap, so to speak. That said, with this situation, I think a lot of it's going to be kind of natural. So we have the CWMP. With that is the effluent recharge scope of work. rephasing, financial models. There's going to be public outreach and information sessions that come along with each of those steps. As the CWMP comes to completion, there's going to be public outreach amongst this body, I imagine town-wide. So there's closing out the CWMP, there's ongoing construction efforts that you have with Phase 3 in East Harwich. I would look to you guys for some direction as to the level of involvement that you would want in the construction project. Ongoing discussions of Great Sand Lakes. There's certainly questions that I have. Having left about 10 months ago, if we move forward with a contract, my first priority would be to follow up with GHD, see what has gone on over the last 10 months, and kind of get myself caught back up. I think in terms of what the town needs on a bigger picture, right, we got to close the CWMP revision scope out. That's really going to set in motion, in my opinion, really discussions with Dennis, effluent recharge, how we build out and wrap up East Harwich or Great Sand Lakes, what is done with the Route 28 dry sewer pipe project. So that's going to kind of tie a bow on all the open ongoing projects. And then from there, should we continue working together, there'll be the normal sequence of events from SRF application, intended use plan, public outreach and education, leading up to construction, during, and the hookup, and so on and so forth afterwards. And then I guess lastly, on kind of wastewater in general, as you build, construct, and put things online, with the watershed management, there is a reporting and permitting component of it. In East Harwich, that's been done with the Pleasant Bay Alliance as one of the member communities, but each watershed within the town of Harwich is going to have its own permit and permitted removal requirements that need to be monitored, reported, and so on. So kind of how I've been thinking about it.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll go to the board for questions from the board to clarify maybe a little bit more. Who wants to begin? Pete.
I think along some of your initial comments, Mr. Chair, working with a five-headed monster, clearly, in your history, you've worked for a board. But how do you see the interaction specifically with the select board in this particular role?
A lot of it, I think, is, or I would see it as me coming to you at periodic steps during the process. If we can just take the effluent recharge investigation scope as an example. Once I have the opportunity to sit down with GHD and see where we're at in timelines, I could come back to this board with kind of an overall project schedule with regard to the open contracts. We were in the middle of that scope when I was here before, and I don't know what's been done, but there's going to be infiltration testing that needs to take place to verify the perk rate of the various effluent recharge sites. Once sites are identified and we have a prevailing location, I would be coming back to this board to review that information, the size, the scope. In all reality, given that Harwich has to solve its own recharge problem, we also have the obligation under the intermunicipal agreement with Chatham to identify a recharge location. And should Harwich pursue ongoing discussions with Dennis to buy into capacity with their treatment plant, they've been having difficulty citing an effluent recharge facility. So I think that's kind of one of the most important things Harwich can do right now. And I would be working with GHD and coming back to you likely with them, in partnership with them, to kind of discuss, translate, which I think is a lot of what I did previously, was kind of translating what GHD, the consultants, are putting together, guiding and directing them with my knowledge of the town, where the large land tracts are, what's sensitive, what's not, I had reached out when before Pine Oaks kind of broke to the surface. I was in discussions with those landowners trying to site a recharge facility in that area. So I see this as a lot of back and forth. It's an iterative process. I think, taking it step by step, effluent recharge is a big one. We need to iron out the rephasing. With the phasing is going to come finance, and I think it's a dialogue back and forth between myself and this board as the project warrants it. I know that's kind of a gray, but I don't want to come and waste your time either when you're having 4 or 5 hour meetings. So.
Those are fun.
Feel free to waste.
And do you foresee most of the communication being preferably for you online? Or do you foresee written reports? How do you foresee it playing out?
I would say for small updates, online is going to be the easiest thing for everybody involved. I would say for information-heavy presentations, I personally think it's better to be here to have a dialogue back and forth with you folks as well as interested residents, taxpayers. I think it gives an opportunity to kind of flush a lot of it out. If it's something as, a quick update, that could certainly be done through a presentation remotely. But for the big ones, I think it would be appropriate to be here.
Thank you.
Any other board members?
I have a
Julie.
couple. Hi, Dan.
How you
Good
doing?
to have you back. I did have a couple questions based on the outline. And so I know that this is going to be, the scope is expected to be like an average of 4 to 8 hours a week. I guess I'm just looking for a little bit more understanding on when you're saying provide the design engineer with support regarding design, including design review and identifying cost-saving opportunities. So I get the cost saving, but in terms of this role in the various pieces that you'll be working on, between that and then working with easement locations and acting as a liaison between, the town and homeowners, how much of that do you see in this role with GHD already well underway?
I would say presently, with regard to Phase 3, probably very minimal because it
Okay.
was all done.
Mhm.
I'm really looking forward to the future. If Great Sand Lakes moves forward, I'm not sure if any easements have been taken for that yet. If not, you would need to go through that process with appraisals and town meeting authorizations, appropriations, and so on. I could see that once the rephasing is done and we start to look towards Phase 4. GHD, in the past, I did drive around with them, having the intimate knowledge of the town, where the open parcels are, the town-owned ones, low-lying area, and I did go through and do that drive with them for the Phase 3, and I would expect that would be beneficial to them and the town for me to go through that exercise on Phase 4 and beyond.
Okay.
Um,
No, that helps me because, obviously I appreciate all the work you did previously in all of that. And then just in terms of the technical review of proposed, revisions to any changes. So you're assuming that you'll discover those with the different construction meetings that are going to go on, and you'll participate depending on what's on your agenda for that particular month.
Sure. It could be something is in the design, talking about relocating a water main, for example, or moving a utility, or just proposing a different way to do things. We had a number of things during the Phase 3 process that, pump stations moved around due to conversations with residents or, other things that had come up. So, really working with GHD or the design engineer, whoever they may be, in the capacity that I was while serving the town over, helping with the implementation of the sewers program.
Okay. And I know you have it included in your two terms, and you said it about conversations with Dennis and what does that look like, and...
Yeah, to be quite honest, and you may think I'm crazy, but I would kind of like to see all of this out. When I started with the town over 10 years ago now, it was, there hadn't been a shovel put in the ground. I came on board right after the failed town meeting article in East Harwich when they had contemplated building a treatment plant there. And now I feel have accomplished a lot between that and where we're at today. And there's a lot of things in motion that I, would like to kind of see through, Dennis being one of them. I've maintained a loose dialogue, and since I left with them, just to keep my finger on the pulse and see where things are going, but.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'm going to go to Michael online.
I really have nothing. I just, I want to thank Dan for being here, and I think his knowledge for the town and his bid on this project was awesome because he has more knowledge, I believe, than anybody, and I think he has an awful lot to offer to the town, so all I have is thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Don?
Yeah, I'm just going to do an overview, too. Dan and I have had a lot of conversations relative to the Clean Water County Board in the past. I can think of no one better with the knowledge of the town of Harwich specifically and the engineering and legal requirements from the state. I can't think of anybody that we could get that would be better than him. So appreciate your being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don. And I'll just say, I mean, putting together a team to move us through this project, Joe's done a hell of a job, and he's going to continue to do a hell of a job. You started this project, like you just said. GHD is doing a fantastic job. I think the idea from this board is to provide the best team possible to make our homeowners feel like people are looking out for them and their money. This is a big deal for all of us. So, I'm thrilled he came down here. I'd look to the board to see what our next step would be. We'll probably do that. We can do that as soon as next week. Have another discussion, or if someone on the board wants to throw out an idea of what next, I'd be happy to listen.
Well, I assume the next thing we have to do is agree to enter into an agreement.
Correct.
Or vote to enter into an agreement. So,
I do have a question. Joe, do we do mileage with any other vendor? No. Mileage reimbursement with any other vendor? Okay.
To be fair, you have not contemplated
Correct.
any other vendor relationship like this one.
Right.
So no.
Right. Okay. Okay. Not just a question I had. So what's the pleasure of the board?
To go home.
Say again?
To go home.
No. Come on, we're just getting going.
Well, tomorrow is 4.
All right, so let's do this.
I'm okay, sorry.
Go ahead. No, please.
I'm okay bringing it back next week. Certainly Dan doesn't need to be present. We can iron out some of the thoughts, and then hopefully move forward.
I was going to suggest Dan come back next week. We put him at the end of the agenda again. So that's what
I'll be in Vermont next week.
All right, good for
snowboarding,
you.
so
That's what we're going to do. We're going to bring it back next week for a discussion with the board, and we'll get back to you.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much for being here,
Appreciate
Dan.
the opportunity.
Yeah, I appreciate your
Appreciate
time.
your time.
Good, Dan.
Mr. Chair,
Michael, yes.
I would only ask the board right now what the questions are, because as far as I'm concerned, we should move forward.
Well, the only thing, and, I didn't even pick up on it, but I'd like to have a little bit more time to think about the proposal Jeff brought forward, or the chair brought forward, the mileage reimbursement, and just now having a better understanding of that, just go through with a little fine tooth comb before I'm in agreement to support it.
And Mr. Chair, if I may?
Please.
To Select Board Member Karski's comments, I think we can get there now, because we can bring this back, but without specific questions, we're only going to ask that next week. I completely respect and appreciate those questions, but can we get answers tonight and move on with this?
someone wants to put a motion forward, that would be the next step. Pete?
Well, I'm happy to put a motion forward, and hopefully if it gets a second, we can have a discussion, I guess, on specifics. But, so I'll move to enter into agreement with Waterwork Consulting LLC regarding our current wastewater projects.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
So specifically, the item you brought up, and I'm going to try to scan through it real quickly in greater detail, but what's the board's thought process when we talk about mileage? You brought it up, it's something I wasn't aware of, as far as that it's not a past practice. You know, where do we stand on that? Or is it just an adjustment in the hourly rate?
I think there was also lodging and stuff in there as well. So we do that normally?
Yeah, so that's why I was interested in bringing it back for a greater discussion when this board has a little bit more time to have that discussion. You know, there's, like Julie just said, there's transportation, lodging, subsequent for out-of-town, subsistence for out-of-town travel. Not that they're deal breakers, but I just think now that you've come here and please, come on back, sure. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Pelletier again.
With regard to the items being discussed right now, I purely modeled this after a GZA contract that I had from an engineer. If the mileage or that stuff is a sticking point, that's no reason it can't be removed. At the end of the day, as I understand, I would be signing a contract with the terms and conditions of the town of Harwich. So if that is not reimbursable to the town of Harwich, under their standard terms and contracts, it wouldn't be applicable anyway.
Mr. Chair,
Please?
I would move that we approve without those two obligations. I think that there's no reason why the board can't move forward with a contract tonight and be done with this subject.
So we had a motion on the table, and it got seconded. We're in discussion with the second right now. So I'm not going to entertain that motion right now, Michael, until we take a vote on this motion. Or if the second and the motion want to be removed.
I'll just get a revised
Or we can
document
modify
and
the
we'll
motion.
come back with it.
Yeah, and
right?
what's that?
I said, why don't we just, he revises the document, sends it in. We could take care of it next week.
Probably need to make a double switch anyway to account for the loss of revenue for the travel money. No, serious.
Oh, that was my point.
Yeah. I mean,
Yes,
it belongs as a charge, direct charge, not as a
Correct.
reimbursement.
Correct. Well, we have a motion and a second, so all in favor of, go ahead, please, sure.
It sounds as if a few members of the board want to see a modified document before we vote. In which case, I'll gladly remove my motion in hopes of getting this thing put to bed next week.
I'll remove my second, although I feel we might still be here by then.
So
I think that's Michael's point.
we have, I would rather do this right. And I'll call you tomorrow. We'll have a discussion. And we will absolutely bring this back next week with, I believe, what I would consider to be all the information that all the board members are looking for. And 7 days isn't going to make a huge difference in the grand scheme of things, one way or the other.
I'll be snowboarding either way.
Great. I'll call you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Dan.
Mr. Chair?
Sir?
Just would like to add to the end of the conversation that thank you, Dan, for submitting this application. And I think we're really close, and I think these two things that we need to add would be a great conversation with you and the chair to come back with a final conclusion for next week.
Excellent. Thank you, Michael. Safe travels, Dan. Now's your chance.
Quick.
Okay. Now we have a discussion on the draft policy on animals in the workplace. Votes may be taken. Again, I'm going to remind the board that we are simply voting to work to adopt such a policy. we're not adopting this policy. This is not a first reading, at least as I see it. I'll look to the town administrator. I'm not quite clear on how the policy, and I see the policy on policies in our packet. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Finish.
I'll turn it over to the board for a beginning discussion and see where that takes us. So anybody want to begin? Julie?
I just would like to know if we could get a few more policies to consider, because it looks like we only have the one, what was it, from Northampton? Yeah, is there any others out there that we could look
Well,
at?
I'll give you, so I did a little research on this just to see if there were any other policies out there in the town. And our library actually has a policy, which I was unaware of.
Oh,
and-
yeah, I saw that.
Right, and I sent you the email.
Yep.
The language is very similar to this language as well. So we could work off of that one, we could bring that in, you know, that the Library Board of Trustees put that in their policies. So there is an existing policy in the town of Harwich, at least at the library. Anything else from the board? Don?
Really quick, because I don't want to belabor this, it's not going to pass tonight anyway. I'd love to be able to see the library one, because once you get to B and it starts talking about facility refers to any municipal building and other individual workspaces, including parking lots, grounds, vehicles, and common areas. You couldn't even bring your dog in a car to get your dog license and leaving the dog in the car. So I would love to see what the library has.
I sent it to you in an email.
Yeah, we
I
have
know,
it.
but the public hasn't.
Okay, well, that's a different ask, and I can have that in next week's packet.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Anybody else from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Michael?
thank you, and thank you for all your work on this. And as much as I appreciate the 24th-hour response from Patrick Otten, the information provided by the library and what their policy is and what specifically Ginny Hewitt saw from a response from the people from the library is number one to me. Number two to me is on a platform that I don't totally agree with. Harwich Old Timers. Patrick Otten specifically called me out for presenting this to the board, and I thank you, as Mr. Chair, for correcting the record and saying why it got to where it was. But I believe it was like 124 to 3 on a platform I don't totally agree with, but I think it was 124 to 3 that said they don't believe dogs should be part of public meetings. I think we need to move forward with this. I've had many people reach out to me and not understand why they have to be involved in a meeting where a dog walks up and puts their paws on them and puts their face in their face at a public meeting, only to acknowledge by Patrick Otten's own admission that not everybody agrees with dogs in the workplace, as you put it on the agenda tonight. I believe we need to move forward with a policy that states, outside of service animals, that we need to have a policy. And I think the library trustees took the time and the patience to develop a policy that was adopted. And I think this board needs to adopt said policy. Many people have said they do not agree with a dog on town meeting floor laying in the middle of the aisle, playing with kids, or in a Board of Selectmen's meeting with their legs up on a patron, and not specific to Skye, as Patrick Otten put it, but in general. We all love dogs, and I've not heard that in opposition to any board member. We all love dogs. People do not want to participate in selectmen's meetings, town meetings, or other meetings related to dogs. And I think we need to move forward with this policy.
Thank you, Michael. Anything else from the board? And then I'll go to the public. All right, let's go to the public. Anybody in the public want to speak on this? Please.
Good evening, Ashley Symington, Director of Youth and Family Services. Just real quick, I appreciate the need for policies and understandings and making sure that everyone feels comfortable and safe entering all buildings and any services or anything that we're providing. I would request that we please consider all aspects of dogs being involved in town services. My canine co-counselor is an integral part to the supports and services that we provide in the Department of Youth and Family Services here. So I just, again, urge that we just slow it down a little bit, because as this draft reads, and I haven't seen the library's policy, so I can't speak to that, it would apply to all dogs that are coming onto property, including the ones that are here for services to the public. So just kind of making sure that when we're writing anything, that we're taking that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will read from the draft. Working animals refers to an animal authorized for the use by the town administrator to accomplish a task necessary to the town's charge as a public entity. So that may or may not, speak to that specific request there, Ashley, but thank you for coming in tonight. Patrick, did you want to?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
can I
please.
just,
Yeah, of
as
course.
Town administrator say that there are two proper names that I'll put on the record, and they are Teddy and Fritz, that the town administrator would recognize as integral to our programs.
Mhm.
Teddy, of course, is our co-counselor for Youth and Family Services, and anyone that knows Tom Clark knows who Fritz is.
Of course, yes.
And so the town is, whenever the town's aware of any canines for that purpose,
Mhm.
the town takes that seriously.
Thank you. Patrick?
Yeah, thank you. Patrick Otten, East Harwich again. I did submit a letter to you. I don't have it with me, so I'm not going to read it, but that letter stands as for the record. Let me just reiterate that Sky is a certified trained therapy dog. We are very busy. We have visits 4 times a week. We visit the Harwich Elementary School, the Brewster Elementary School, the Chatham Middle School, assisted living, the Cape Cod Hospital. We've gone to Orleans, we've gone to Eastham and Monomoy High School. We also go to the Alzheimer's groups. So 4 times a week, Sky and I are out doing our service as a therapy dog. Both the Orleans Library and the Brewster Library welcome Sky because they want Sky in the building, because he interacts with the patrons, he interacts with the kids, they do reading to Sky. The incident 2 weeks ago was not to be spiteful, hateful, critical, or demeaning to the board or anyone on the board. Sky is a joyful dog who puts smiles on many faces. I apologize and regret my actions. It is me you should be punishing. It was my fault, my irresponsibility, my insensitivity to the board as you had perceived it. So please punish me, not the dogs of Harwich. Passing this ban would exclude Sky from the Harwich property. That means he will no longer be able to go to the Harwich Elementary School. Please go to the Harwich Elementary School, talk to the vice principal, Miss Allison Joy, and ask her what her reaction is when Sky is there. Okay? Please talk to her again about Sky going to the community center with the after-school program, where Sky visits, putting smiles on thousands of people's faces. So I hope that you, again, as was suggested here, be very careful in your wording as to what this proposed document will address. Okay? Is he a service dog? No. I don't know what your definition of working dog is, but Sky works, I work. This is what we do together almost daily for the town of Harwich and the residents in this area. All right? I promise you, I will not bring Sky to a select board meeting. I will not bring him to a town meeting. That satisfies you, and if that's where we can leave it, I promise you that's where I stand, and I will not break that promise. Maybe we could just stand here and leave it at that. All right? So I appreciate your openness in letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody from the board? Anybody else from the public? Sorry, Matt.
Matt Sutt from Harwich. Seems to be the interest in one size fits all. Sky's been around for quite a while. I think we've all known him for several years. And because of one event where he sits in the chairman's seat and nobody can see the humor in it apparently, we are spending the night legislating dogs out of municipal buildings. I'm more interested in you spending time on other things. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Matt. I'll respond to both public comments there, and I'll make it as quick as I can. Matt, I'll start by saying that I take offense to your position. We're not here all night legislating dogs. We've been here all night legislating other things that are important to other people in the town. You'll stand up and you'll talk about things that are important to you. I've had no less, since Sky sat in this chair, I've had no less than 50 or 60 emails, phone calls, and texts, making it clear to me that the line has been stepped over and that it almost gave a voice and it prompted many, many people to finally speak out. So no different than if any of you sitting here, or the two people now who are watching, or any other member of our town reached out and said to me, hey, I have a problem with what's going on here. It is our responsibility to listen to every single voter in the town of Harwich regarding anything that they want to bring forward to us. Whether or not it is important to you or you or you or you at all, one of the things that I can tell you that I've learned is from being a select board member for almost 2 years is that the majority of people feel that their interest is the interest of the majority of the public. And that is absolutely not the case. And in fact, it's typically the opposite. But it's for us up here to decipher all of that and put it out in an open forum where it's transparent, where everybody can come in and speak their mind. And that's what I signed up to do, and that's what my great colleagues here signed up to do as well. So just because it's not important to you doesn't mean it's not important to the 114 people or 24 people that on a social media post made it abundantly clear where the public sits with this. Now, Patrick, I can't say that if Sky never sat in this chair, would we be here today? I don't know. But that's what started this snowball rolling downhill, and now it's way bigger than a snowball. And as I said, it is our responsibility to take each and every resident's concerns and interact with those concerns. And the beauty of this forum is we get to fumble through this stuff awkwardly and poorly and try to come to a resolution. That's the beauty of this forum, is I'm doing this. This is awkward for me. I think Sky's a great dog. I don't think anyone up here doesn't think Sky's a great dog. But does Sky belong laying down in front of those two doors? It goes so much further for me than just, he sat in my chair. I didn't care he sat in my chair. But I can tell you, someone said those chairs cost $900 and I don't want dog claws on my chairs. That's also part of what came out of this. So, you know, we're the policymaking board. The public has spoken very clearly that they want a policy. The library has a policy. I don't really care what Chatham does. I don't really care what Orleans does. And people only care what Chatham and Orleans do when it settles with their narrative and what they want. We're the town of Harwich. We represent the town of Harwich, home team. The public has spoken. So, you know, no vote has been taken to create a policy, but that's what we're going to do right now here tonight. And if it fails and it goes flat on its face, then it fails and goes flat on its face. But we did our jobs. The select board did their job of doing what the public has asked us to do. So I'll go to the board, or anyone else from the public who'd like to speak, and if anyone else from the board would like to speak or make a motion, I'll entertain it, and we'll have a discussion if it gets seconded.
Motion can only be for first reading.
Absolutely. Motion can only be for a first reading, and we can do what we did with the public comment policy. And I'll just add one more thing, and it's almost 11. I'll add one more thing. I think people overreact in the short term and underreact in the long term. That's been my experiences through 37 years of being in business and out doing public stuff. And the public comment policy was this big problem. It's worked perfectly. Nobody's been stifled. Nobody has not had the ability to speak. As a matter of fact, I think it's smoothed out things and made things way more efficient. And I've got a lot of phone calls saying that. So, Michael?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Michael.
I would second Select Board Member Howell's motion.
That wasn't a motion.
Great try, Michael. I think what you mean to do is make a motion.
Well, listen, not for nothing, despite Matt Suffin and Patrick Otten's comments, I've received no less than 50 comments that we need a policy. And people are offended by dogs in their face in public meetings. The memo that we received from the library on their policy speaks to itself. The People's Court of Harwich Old Timers, which I really don't agree with whatsoever, but 140 to 3 about not having dogs in public meetings, it's way beyond Sky. It's way beyond anything that Patrick Otten has to say and the benefits of his dogs. I thought the policy that was presented to the board and given that dogs could be allowed if the school decided or if anyone else decided, more than suits the town. And again, Patrick Otten's apology to the board about what happened 2 weeks ago, that's Patrick's apology for Sky and for himself. This is way beyond that. The board needs a policy that if everybody in town decided to bring their support chicken or llama or dog to town meetings, we need to have a policy. So I would implore the board to create the set of policy, and the fact that we've been given one, I would support that what we have been given is what we should support.
I'll add today, thank you, Michael. I'll just add today, when I came downstairs after being in Joe's office for a little bit, there had to have been, it was the most beautiful dog I've ever seen. He was about 210 pounds, and it was one of those dogs that carries that thing underneath their chin.
St. Bernard.
It was a spectacular animal. There were 3 people who saw it and were not comfortable. It's just now what we're discussing, and so we don't have a motion, but if we want to move this forward, I'd like to hear one. If we don't, then we don't have a motion, and we go on to town administrator's report.
Can you put in the packet the libraries, because an email to us is not the same?
Sure. Do you want to punt it for a week, and I can put the policy from the library?
Yeah, I like that idea.
Great. Okay, so no motion. Yes, Michael?
As long as the language supports the creation of a policy with all documents and statistics that we've been presented with, I would support that. Otherwise, I'll make a motion to support.
I have no problem doing the work and getting the library trustees' language, and I will put that in the packet for next week, and we can take it up again next week. Sound okay with the board? Excellent. Moving on, town administrator's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I have 2 announcements for appointments, but I would just beg the indulgence of those present. John, if you could just give me 1 sec, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. So it's not about the hires that I'm making, it's about the departure. So I wanted everyone to know that Danielle Freiner, her husband Dave, and their adorable dog Bolo are off to a new adventure after Danielle working almost 6 consecutive years for the town of Harwich. You've worked with her, everybody here probably knows her. You probably know Dave. I'm going to talk in a minute about the people we're bringing in, because one of them's a person that is known to us, and one is a person that's going to do great work for us. But the message tonight is about Danielle. And personally, before professionally, my truly heartfelt thanks to Danielle. I've been the longest serving person in administration for a couple of years now anyway, but right after me was Danielle. And so she and I have gone through tornadoes and job changes and COVID and all that. But anybody in this town that has worked with her, I think you know the character of the person, the quality of the couple, and there's not enough I can say, and I would go on for hours if it were 8 o'clock. Deference to everybody. Please give a round of applause to Dave.
100%. 100%.
Cannot adequately express the mixed emotions we feel as they go off to their new adventures. Now, having said that, I'm pleased to announce that Greta Montgomery has been identified as by Chief Considine to be our next assistant to the chief. Greta is going to do great work for us. She comes from outside the town of Harwich. The chief had made the strong recommendation, so it would be great to have her certainly joining our team, but also working in the police department. And I'm never going to say that anyone will replace Danielle Freiner. But if you want to get close, you bring in Jen Clark from the town clerk's office. Jen Clark is going to be our new executive assistant to the town administrator for licensing, and same kind of thing, quality person, great person. And as tough as it may be for a department to lose her, the town is still benefited by keeping Jen in the fold. So Danielle, thanks for everything. We'll miss you. Good luck, and thank you, board, for listening.
Assuming she made it this far.
Oh, she watches this.
Well done, Joe. Couldn't have said it better myself. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to know her and working with her. Is that all for your town administrator's
That
report?
concludes it.
Mercifully? Okay. Select board member, Pete, you got a couple?
I do, actually. I do, and I'm going to say them tonight because I continue to skip over it. But anyway,
Yep.
a couple items I'd like to at least discuss as a board at some point. And the first one is actually came up tonight, and so do we want to, as a group, ask the town administrator to continue the conversation with the HTHC regarding document review request that they had this evening? You know, it wasn't supported, the $25,000 request wasn't supported, but do we want to ask the town administrator to continue that conversation? And perhaps they come to some type of understanding of how the mechanism can actually work, as opposed to just letting it.
I have an agenda item for that, is my
I was
ask.
going to do that without the board.
All right, excellent. The other thing, and I shot Joe an email the other day, because I neglected to bring it up when we were meeting, because as usual, I go off on side topics and derail us, but.
Like now?
Exactly. So back when I was 12.
Okay.
So one of the things, and I think, you know, it became apparent tonight in the prior conversation, I don't know how we get there, but I'd love to get to the line item budget request.
By the school?
No, for the town,
For the town,
everybody.
for everybody.
I know you requested from the school.
Just clarifying,
Kate
yep.
Tech already provided
Notebook
it, you
full of
requested
line
from
items.
Monomoy.
Yes.
And so I'd like for us to have it as
Yep.
well. The other thing, discussion, and I heard some conversation about it earlier, but discussion on the capital request and the articles. I know Martha sent an email regarding one of the topics, but I thought we were gonna have a greater conversation on the conversation she brought forward a week ago. Not tonight.
Yeah.
Hell, my computer's gonna shut down, so am I.
You're absolutely right, and I'm just trying to figure out a place to
Yep.
put that in a very short amount of time here.
Right.
Joe, hold on before, go ahead, Joe.
You are going to be discussing capital articles, so there's a great opportunity to
Right.
talk about capital.
Agreed, the conversation was revolving around.
More expansive.
Correct.
Yep.
So we can definitely have the conversation whether or not there's votes to support or non-support at that moment may depend on how much involvement we want from capital outlay committee.
With other things that you and I have discussed, and I have that written down, and I've been in process with that as we speak.
I got one more.
Yeah, of
I know
course.
I had two, but I can't find the other one. But the last one I had, and it's not tongue-in-cheek at all, but Mr. Sutphen brought forward the thought process of the bike rack at the Walton Beach. I totally agree.
As do I.
So-
We owe a bike rack.
Yeah.
We'll figure out what to do. Maybe there is one there. I don't know.
There has been, so there will be one.
Yeah, thank you. Don, is that it, Pete? I'm sorry.
That's all I have.
Okay, Don?
Plenty.
Yeah, this is seriously something that I have to say. There was a comment made earlier in public, comment about there wasn't anybody that was interested in the discussion with the state and the SRF funding, and I just want to say it made a categorically false impression to everybody, and I just want everybody to understand that the Clean Water Board last week discussed the issue of the restriction that the state was trying to impose. I think it was a $50 million cap. And we unanimously voted to send a letter to DEP through Christy Sanatori and the commission that all towns are objecting to the proposed rule change that is capping the IUP reimbursement to $50 million. So I want everybody to understand we didn't need to be on that call. We're already on record as being unanimously opposed to that restriction. They've changed the game rules in the middle of the game.
Right.
And as to what Pete just said, I was going to.
Jump in very, very quickly.
Yeah.
For the record, representatives of the town were on the call.
Thank you.
But even if they were on record already, is strenuously objecting to that.
Were.
So the other thing is I definitely support Pete, because I was going to ask to place on next week's agenda a discussion about the potential for HDHC to receive funding specifically for the review of the West Harwich Baptist Church, because that's the thing that's in front of us.
Thank you. Julie?
I have nothing.
Michael?
Thank you, Chairman. Just a thank you to Select Board Member Howell and the Town Administrator for correcting the record of misinformation in a previous speaker's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Michael, thank you. And I have nothing.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Pete?
Aye.
Aye.
Julie?
Aye.
Michael?
Say have a good night.
Aye.
I'm an aye.